Ya no tengo que tener todo TikTok ni que criticar antes de dormir. Bro, mierda. Espera, Candy. ¿Me escuchas, Candy? Es bot, man. pero bien, 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 Candy ese man, seguro. Ay, bien, pero bien, Candy, man. No, ya, 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 ya. No lo maté yo, what the fuck, man. No, el bote. Escopeta. Se sale la China. Perra, ¿cómo espera la muy puta? Perra, tanto que espera. ese man. Entonces, pero míralo, míralo. Qué perra. Qué asco. Qué asco. El empresario un pica. Mucho campeón.
those bots start playing.
see the fans lose their minds once we kick off the competition. But it's almost a bittersweet moment. This journey started all the way a year ago in Major 1, and for the fact that it's all coming down to this, for 50 of the best duos competing for the lion's share of $4 million. I almost can't believe it, but I'm so excited to get things started, and I'm so excited to head on over to 3 of my favorite people. Let's see what Zeke has to say.
Kelly, you know we're excited as well. I mean, vibes are high. The arena is packed. They are all feeling good. We are feeling good as well. As Kelly mentioned, though, $4 million prize pool here at Global Championship. The duo that walks away in that #1 spot, $1 million. And you know, friends, the thing that Kelly actually mentioned yesterday, think about the difference. A single point could be the difference maker in $350,000.
A single point, a single game, right? I already mentioned it, how volatile the matches have been throughout the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So I'll be expecting teams to be gaining thousands of dollars based on one of these matches. But of course, Levin, they're fighting for something else.
Yeah, it's not just the money, it's the trophy as well. You'd be surprised. You talk to a lot of those players backstage, Zeke, and a lot of them will tell you, yeah, the money's all right, but I want the trophy, right? That's what they really want, right? You know, to be able to have that is something truly, truly special. And of course, the money's great as well. We could always use $1 million, I'm sure.
Of course, but there is that title, Global Champions, right? Undeniably, hey, we are some of the best duos in the world. We've got the accolades to back up that claim. Now, let's set this in perspective. Let's take a look at our lobby list. Let's see who will be watching compete today. This is probably the craziest lobby I think I've ever seen in Fortnite history. Invitational came pretty close. This, though, Levin, this takes us to a whole other level.
I mean, when you say the best of the best, it really doesn't get better than this. You look at, you know, some of the best players and obviously the big regions, some of the biggest names in the world of compared to Fortnite. You really start to hear some cheers from Mr. Savage and Vanilla there. You know, people happy to see them here. But even then, right, from some of the regions that maybe historically aren't as big as the EU and the NAs of the world, you know, some of their best players from there still representing, still getting a chance to show up on this stage.
Love the fact that you're bringing up the representation from other regions. 23 EU duos, 18 NA duos, 4 Asian duos, 3 from the Brazilian region, 1 from Oceania, and 1 from Middle East. And honestly, Levin, looking at this list, the thing that I love the most about the format, right, throughout the entire year is that every duo's story is different.
Oh, 100%, right? Certain teams have had it easy. Some Major 1 teams, right? They started the year hot, were able to cruise through the rest of the year. Some of the other teams, it was only in last chance Major they were able to make it through. Even then, even from where they've qualified, right? How those teams have performed, the battles they've had at their POI in real life. Everybody has a story to tell coming into this one. And we're going to see it wrapped up after 6 games.
Oof. So wild. I'm already getting hype. I gotta contain myself. Z, calm down. Let's talk about a duo that got a victory royale yesterday. Iamzo and Rise, a duo from NA, a duo that we just all had expectations for, and man, did they deliver.
What it would mean to me to win a global championship, be my first like FNCS win and feel nice.
What it would mean to me when the FNCS Global Championship put us on the map as one of the best teams in North America and represent our region.
Iamzo and Rise from NA, they've been favorites to win pretty much every single major throughout the year, and they are favorites even for this season as well. The global championship, and for good reason. 3rd place in Major #1, 4th place in Major #2, and then 3rd place in Major #3. How have they been so consistent?
Look, if you ask me who I think has been the best team in NA over the course of the year, I would say these guys. So consistent. Their play style is just mesmerizing, right? Doesn't matter what layer you put them in the end game, they are comfortable.
Exactly. And honestly, listen, to me, it comes down to the strategies that they implement, right? We saw them. They were playing around the caches, right? Making sure they got some of those slurp misses throughout the majors.
Look, they've been coached by BloodX this year, and they've been looking like a lot of the other BloodX teams you see in the EU, where these guys are comfortable. They'll look up for height when it's available, but even if they don't get it, they'll play those mid-guard layers to perfection. Iamzo, one of the best fraggers in the world. He's been unbelievable, mastered everything you can master in this game, and Rise is an IGL. So comfortable, so cool, so calm, so collected, always ready.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about strategy, right? And usually teams, they kind of have something that they like to play into. But for Iamzo and Rise, I feel like they are just good at every single one, right? High ground, mid ground, and low ground.
You talk about high ground. Let's talk about a duo contesting that high ground. It's your FNCS Invitational winners. Kenny.
An amazing feeling because we both worked so hard for this. We'll be a back-to-back winning awards and just like very nice.
What will it mean for me winning the global championship? It will mean really a lot because the prize pool is like 4 times higher than it was the last time, and we will win back-to-back, so it will be really nice to win again.
The team with all the pressure on them, right? They're the reigning champions. People see them as have we got some Cammy and Seti fans in here? Anyone in there supporting Cammy and Seti?
There it is.
They're here.
Me as well. You know, I should start cheering because, yeah, you mentioned it, right? Going for the back-to-back at international events. I guess the biggest question for everybody, Levin, can they do it?
I think the answer is a resounding yes, as long as they are uncontested, right? I think coming into this competition, people who thought they'd be uncontested consider them probably the favorites, right? Their form coming into this has been unbelievable, but there is always going to be that question mark. We saw what happened in game 1 of the upper bracket qualifiers. When they were contested, they got beat off spawn. It didn't quite work out. They did bounce back eventually and qualify, right? But there's always going to be that question mark of if somebody can rattle them off spawn, will that affect how they play?
Yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on them in the early game, but I'm going to be paying attention to the late game. I saw in some of those upper bracket games, they were actually trying to counter-strat Wheezy and Veno off the high ground.
They've been doing that a lot. If you've been paying attention to EU Fortnite, it's been different. I think everybody associates Seti and Cammy with being this low ground team that's going to play mid ground layers, slow down the game. But they've been looking at height. They've been playing for height, and they've been pretty effective. There were a couple games where they were flanking Wheezy and Veno on height. Those guys had no clue who was in the storm, but it was Seti and Cammy. These guys are ready. They've improved their game since last year, and I think they're going to be a threat when given the chance.
That's right. A year to prepare. What did they learn? What does it mean to them to walk away as global championship winners? Take a look.
What would it mean to me to win the FNCS Global Championship? It would mean everything.
To win the Global Championship, it would mean the end of the story that we started last year, and that's really what it's gonna happen.
The reason the Global Championship win will mean so much for Queasy and Veno was, of course, that second place at Invitational, and it came on the back foot of one of the bravest things we have ever seen in Fortnite.
Yeah, it takes courage to do this. It goes to show that these guys are truly winners at heart, even though it didn't pay off for them, because you only make this play if you are solely dedicated to winning, and that's what these two are. You look at their journey throughout the year, Vivid. I don't think there's been a duo that has reached a peak as high as Queasy and Veno. Their performance during Major 2 was spectacular. Never seen before in the highest levels of Fortnite. And I know for a fact they're going to be jumping in the time machine to go back to that kind of level and bring that to the competition today.
It absolutely blows my mind that I cannot count on one hand how many victory royales Queasy and Veno got in a major FNCS grand final format. They got 6 out of the 12 games. How?
I'm still trying to wonder myself. I'm still trying to figure it out. You know, their game plan was on point. It was like just nobody had an answer for what they were doing. And of course, if you do watch compared to Fortnite, you know, these guys are a high-ground team. They like to soar in the sky, and it's very hard to stop them when they're up there. I think the key to what made them even more dominant force this year is the fact that they are more comfortable still when they don't get the chance to play height, right? Because people do. Everyone tries to anti-strat against them on height because you expect them up there, but now they're even more comfortable if they don't get height.
Actually, yes, I love the fact that the points that you are making right there. I want to give a shout out to Veno because I have never had more respect for a player than when I was reviewing him back in Major number 1. I was like, wow, this guy does everything perfectly. It looks like every single thing that he does has a reason behind it.
I mean, it does. He's just built different. That's Veno. That's Veno for you. It's the reason why he's confident. A lot of people don't like his confidence sometimes. Right? They think he's a bit too arrogant, but he backs it up in the server every single time.
That's right. Well, I know you all at home, and of course here in the arena would love to hear from them. So guess what? Frankie is standing by with the duo right now.
Well, I, for one, love Veno's confidence, especially as it means I get to talk to him right now. Let's just talk about Raleigh last year. Second place, not normally spoke about, but it's been talked about constantly ever since. Are you keen to close this chapter out today, Veno?
I mean, what's keen for us is to show that there's no rivalry and, you know, show the world what we're made of again.
What do you think, though, when you see Cami and Seti on the high ground now? They were even going for it in the upper bracket on day one.
I mean, they've been practicing on the high ground this season, I think, and if we're up there, they're going to be on low and they're going to place bad, so that's the plan.
And what about you? Do you still feel like a high ground king? Or are you now the flexible kings?
I'm the high ground king, 100%.
And what happens if someone comes to your high ground today and tries to anti-strat you?
We're taking it off them.
I can't wait to see players try. I'm not going to try and put any duos off going for you today. Now, talk to me about your victory royale on day one. You set out your stall early, but you came second overall. Are you hiding things from us?
I mean, we've definitely hidden some strats, so you guys are going to see in an hour or so, but, you know, we're gonna show the world, like I said. I mean, we've definitely hidden some things, and you're going to be surprised how far ahead we are.
Do you think that Major 3 and not making the grand finals was a bit of a wake-up call for the two of you? Do you think it's pushed you harder than ever before?
Maybe. Like, that major was, like, definitely a rough time, but I think we learned from it, and hopefully we can show it now.
And you know what? 6 victory royales in the grand finals of Major number 2. That's no joke. These boys, they're coming for you.
I mean, you talk about Veno being confident. Queasy's right there with them. Now, of course, they discussed this rivalry between Cami and Seti, but what would kind of close that chapter for them?
I think that they don't believe there's a chapter there at all, right? When I've spoken to Veno and Queasy throughout the year, genuinely, they don't believe there's a rivalry. They think that they are a level above Cami and Seti, and I think this truly is their chance to prove it. But yeah, for them, I don't think they think there's a rivalry. Veno just said it earlier. He's trying to prove there's no rivalry. We're just better than those guys.
Yeah, 100% love that. And I guess when you think about it, right, at an international event, getting second place, really the only thing that you should have a problem with is getting first place. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only thing that they care about.
A thing many of these duos we talk about have in common is their LAN experience. And some of them have a little bit more than others. I wonder how that's going to play a factor. Well, why don't we listen to them?
I would really like to win the global championship. I think that there are certain factors that separate winning online and winning at an actual LAN. The biggest one is just your nerves and being able to control them.
It's obviously different than winning something online because there's crowd, there's people cheering for you.
Just be comfortable at your seat, you know? Like, if it's not comfortable, find a way to make yourself comfortable.
You gotta be able to reset and compose yourself.
For me, it doesn't feel like a difference anymore. Playing at a lot of LANs now, and I think I'm one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros, everybody plays this game to win.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Definitely winning a LAN gives me a confidence because I know I can do it.
The best moment of the last year was obviously winning Invitational. When you win a LAN, your reputation is just, it's just higher.
I feel like Cami and Seti could definitely win, but I feel like they have a lot more pressure than everyone else.
We feel really comfortable, and we think that we have a really big chance of winning.
I don't think there's any pressure on us of winning this global championship because we don't need to pressure ourselves. It's either we win or we don't win.
I think it's just gonna be a pure competition.
I think everyone can talk, but at the end of the day, the actions matter the most.
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always gonna have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
I think everybody would want to win this event.
It would mean a lot to me to win this. The last missing piece I need for my Fortnite career.
I came here for one thing only, is to win.
It's 6 games, so anything can happen.
To whatever happens, good luck to everyone.
We'll see if their experience helps them out today, but as we continue this talk about what we're going to be viewing, let's talk about format. What has led us here? Well, we started with an upper bracket and a lower bracket, both with only 5 games each day. Now, gentlemen, the key factor here is twofold. One, we have 6 games, but on top of that, grand finals, we're used to 2 days, 6 games each day. Here, we only have the 6.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and we just heard Vico talk about it. 6 games, quote unquote, anything can happen.
anything can happen. I don't know how many times I've commentated 6 games events, right? And it's like you go into the last game and the game ends and you're like, how did this team win? Where did they come from, right? Because there are so many teams, the points will end up being so close that so many different teams are in contention, right? And hopefully for the fans that happens today, right, you get a bit more action, a bit more intense. But for the players, it's like, you really have to make those games count, right? You can't just think, okay, it was just day one, we reset, we VOD review, we come back tomorrow. No, these are the 6 games. You don't leave this stage without there being a winner.
That's right. Again, you just can't skip a beat, right? Let's take a look at the point format. We've seen this in the last couple of days, 65 points for the Victory Royale. Top 25 will get you just a little bit of something. Obviously still 4 points per eliminations rather, but still those mid-match objective points. 15 for Rift Island. The past 2 days, we've just seen Rift Island casually set aside. But guys, these 15 points, they could make or break a duo.
Yeah, I mean, all of the points can make a difference for sure, right? We're talking about the volatility of the 6 games, which just means that not only every single game matters that much more, but so does every single point.
Spoiler alert, game 5 and 6, Rift Island's gonna look messy. Yeah, it's gonna look crazy because everyone's
Don't tell them the script, Levin.
That is the script, I'm sorry. I had to leak it.
Y'all are crazy. So let's talk about some of the, we'll talk about a couple of the contested POIs. What are we expecting to see here? So we've got a handy dandy map here. So keep in mind, these yellow circles you're seeing, that means there's 2 duos at these spots. The red, there is 3. Let's go ahead and make this easy. Racetrack, Thomas HD going up against Canada. We saw this up in the upper bracket, and this went a certain way. Now we get the run back. What has Canada learned, and how can we expect it to go for round 2?
Thomas HD with the home ground advantage. Canada with a little bit of a birthday buff. I am excited to see how this one actually ends up panning out, but we kind of already saw how this is going to go, right? Upper bracket might have been a little bit of a teaser.
I think it was. And that's unfortunate for the birthday boy Canada, but I do think what we saw from that Friday games is that Thomas HD and Malabuka are comfortable, or at least more comfortable than the NA boys when being contested. Thomas said it on Friday. No disrespect to you, Canada, or maybe full disrespect, who knows with Thomas nowadays, but I've played better players than you off spawn, right? And throughout the year, throughout the majors this year, we've seen them be contested at the racetrack, and they've still managed to put on incredible performances over 6-game formats. And so if you're Thomas HD, you're just thinking, okay, cool, we just win our 50-50s. When we get the chance to play a game, we're gonna be spectacular. For Canada and ages though, I don't know what there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ringer again here today against a top team that will be relentless every single off-spawn fight.
You know, let's be honest, right? It was pretty much a rough day for them, or upper bracket day, right? They mentioned, oh, we made it off-spawn 2 times on socials, but then the snipers came into play, right? So their games were kind of ended short, but the lower bracket run yesterday when they were uncontested, they got 30+ points every single game. So they know that they can do it. They're coming in with a lot of confidence.
Well, we had this interview lined up on day number 1 of the upper bracket. So let's relive this moment again. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Over to you.
You say I'm standing by, I feel like I'm standing in the middle because the 2 of these guys, Thomas, I think they might be cheering for you out there, but maybe some are cheering for Canada. Copenhagen, are you cheering for Thomas? Can I also hear if you'd like to give a cheer for birthday boy Canada, please? It's interesting because I can hear a few boos. Are you enjoying the idea of being the villain today?
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what you're also saying is Racetrack's his home. So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land. But, you know, that's just how the game is. Like, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already accepted not winning, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to see what happens.
You came second, though, in the lower bracket. 40th on day number 1. Thomas, you came 14th. And we need to clarify something here. When you guys had your off-spawn battles, what was the score?
I would say it's 3-2, but Canada is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out the air. But, yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Canada, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to Racetrack today?
I mean, like, to be honest, I don't have the respect that Thomas does in like an international land, so I can't like just go somewhere else and be uncontested, right? And I've already been landing here, and I really believe that I have the best drops at this spot. And I mean, if Thomas really could land, Thomas could land anywhere, I think, on the map. Like, unless it's not like the best teams, he would get uncontested 100%.
So you're actually backing him for the win today?
I mean, it's not backing anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm just gonna try my best, right? But I'm just here to have fun.
All right, and Thomas, what about you? Because I know you've said second place isn't good enough after you missed out on winning major number 1 this year by 1 point. So what are you going to give this competition today?
I mean, we'll just try our best, like try to get as many late games as possible and try not to get eliminated off spawn. So yeah, we'll do our best.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Canada do their best today? Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the desk.
Canada treating it somewhat lackadaisically, right? Just saying, yeah, I've accepted defeat. I don't buy that, Canada. I feel like this is a misdirect.
I'd like to hope it is. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. Because he's been saying this for a while. Like, I asked him the week like before the tournament, he was like, yeah, I think it's over really against Thomas. And I think for anybody who doesn't really understand, that just shows you how good Thomas is, because Canada is one of the most confident and one of the best players in the world. And he thinks against Thomas HD it's over. So that just goes to show how good Thomas really is.
That is crazy. And, you know, I mean, there's still prize money, right? Okay, let's just, maybe we just take it slow. Canada, maybe we take it a little slow. But let's shift gears here. Let's talk about Acorn going up against Pink.
I cannot wait to see what happens here, because again, it's a repeat of a battle we got to see on Friday during the upper bracket. And it's one that I'm not sure how differently it's gonna go, Vivid, because Acorn and Cold, even though they were up against Pink and Vico, they still did incredibly.
Yeah, and listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say Acorn and Cold, but they're contested, and you know, my competitive side is like, oh, that's such a disadvantage in a lot of these scenarios for the teams. But then everyone was like, well, I mean, upper bracket day, they won, and it was the same situation. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, they won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive those guys were, because coming into the competition, Pink and Vico, they had cooked up so many different strats to try and nullify Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico are used to being contested in this area of the map throughout the year. Acorn and Cold, on the other hand, haven't been, right? So the mentality for Pink and Vico is like, let's make it as uncomfortable for them as possible. They won't be used to it, right? They won't be able to know how to adapt. But even coming into it, using the strats he had cooked up, it still didn't phase Acorn and Cold. And after the tournament, Pink was like, I guess he's just a GOAT, because nothing phases, and I don't know what we can do to really stop this guy.
I mean, that is a lot of respect to give to somebody that you are contesting. But I mean, like, Acorn and Cold deserve it, right? Cold always talks about Acorn being the best IGL in the world. And then I think everybody knows Cold is definitely one of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an elim? It's done in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, easily. If you were gonna make like a Player of the Year award and you had to have a top 3 shortlist, Cold 1,000,000% would be in that top 3 throughout the course of the year. This guy has been on a whole different level.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to get the perspective of Pink, and who better to get that perspective than Frankie, who is standing by with him now.
It's been amazing to watch Pink and Vico over the past couple of days, because on day number 1, they came in 33rd position. But day number 2, after an epic victory royale in game number 4, they managed to race up the leaderboard to 12th, and now they find themselves in Championship Sunday. Pink, tell me about the momentum you found to take that victory royale yesterday.
It all started with the kills off spawn. So we had kills off spawn and we were feeling confident. We knew we needed a change in, I guess, confidence. So we just kept getting kills, and then it just, once we have confidence, it's kind of like over.
What happened to your confidence on day 1? I remember you telling me that Acorn and Cold were griefing you. Did you think that maybe once that was out the way, you could just focus on your game?
I mean, day 1 and day 2, it didn't really change. Day 2, we had a team landing north of us and a team landing south. So I'd say day 2 was even worse than day 1, but we still managed to make it happen.
All year you've had the same drop spot. You call it Pink Split. In fact, the community in Europe calls it Pink Split. Why do you think that teams are contesting you on it at the moment?
I mean, it's just, they land there on NA, we land there on EU. It's just a LAN. Sometimes you're con, sometimes you get lucky and you get uncon. It's nothing personal, things happen.
Do you feel prepared for off-spawn battles today?
Yeah,
And do you feel ready for the victory? Because there may be some people out there who are underestimating you, given the results so far, but it looks like you're on an upwards trajectory.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's 6 games. Anything can happen. If you have your day, you're $1 million richer. So I hope God's with me.
Well, hopefully you are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Now, we need to head over to the Creator Lounge because I know Kelly Link is there with a very special friend of the FNCS.
That is right, Frankie. But this personality right here was too big for the Creator Lounge. We had to do it up on stage. Life with Panda. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Hey, listen, it is great to be here in Copenhagen. Give it up, people!
It's already been an incredible 2 days of competition. What has been your favorite moment so far?
Ooh, listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly, I have to say the Duke 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. Or maybe the Savage Vidal finish yesterday. I don't know. So many great moments going on. I can't wait to see what's about to happen today.
Well, speaking about what's going to happen today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and I'm going to ask you the difficult question. Who do you think is going to walk away in first place?
This is not difficult at all, guys. It's Queasy and Vino. They're going to take it, redeeming themselves from the Invitational, baby. It's going to happen.
All right, Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back to the desk?
Well, one massive shout out to my wife. It is our 3-year wedding anniversary, and we are here in Copenhagen. So shout out to her for letting me be here.
Panda, thank you so much. Thank you all to the audience as well. Let's head on back to the desk.
Happy anniversary, Pandas. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us on your anniversary, of course. But, you know, he makes some bold claims.
I love Panda.
We all love Panda. Queasy and Veno, that is a bold claim.
Is it? Is it really bold? I think a lot of people probably expect Queasy and Veno to come out strong, right? You know, when they've been as good as they've been all year long. I think they're shooing to be a favorite today, no?
Is it finally the point where we put in our official predictions? Oh gosh, listen, I have to go Acorn and Cold. I really cannot doubt them after that day 1 upper bracket performance. I think they got it.
Okay, well, you hear what their thoughts are. Why don't we introduce your casters, get their thoughts on up to them.
Well, listen, first off, thank you, Zeke. And yeah, absolutely. I'm standing with my NA boys as well. I'm a big Acorn Cold supporter and fan. I do think I'm leaning their way as well. Jacob, you have any hot picks?
I mean, I was on the Acorn and Cold train, but since so many people are shouting them out, I'm going to go ahead and go with Iyamzo and Rise. They've been so consistent throughout the entire year. I call them one of the most dangerous duos in Fortnite right now, and I think they're going to show that today.
Well, listen, enough of our picks. Let's go meet these players down on the stage.
For the past year, hundreds of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen. And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world. Copenhagen, are you ready to see history made? You have been the most incredible audience all weekend, and I know you can't wait to give these players your all. So, for the final time this year, please, Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
The mates, Stagey and Podesai, are here. With help from their supporters, they are ready to take on the competition. Viva la France!
Let's give Grolls and Cloudski a warm welcome. This duo has worked hard to get this far. It is time for them to begin aiming for nothing but the top.
Give it up for Cooper and Miro. This duo have shown they belong on the big stage. Will they be able to break through and hoist that trophy?
Yumi, Source, they're here. These two mean business with great performances. They have secured their spot here at the grand finals, but it is time to lock in.
Let's welcome Janice and Reason. The German powerhouse team is here to show what they got. This is time to prove it to the world.
Let's hear it for the Brazilian duo, Nutty and Garcera, with a great performance at the lower bracket. They are ready to represent Brazil. It's go time.
Datus and Stain, ladies and gentlemen. These guys got the skill to perform on the big stage. It's time to bring the Brazilian flair to the finals.
Let's welcome Bryce and Chubbs. You guys showed us how it's done. If you can keep up the good work, the sky is the limit. What a day yesterday.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid have arrived. These two have shown that they belong with a great performance yesterday, but it's time to do it again.
And now, Steno and Lucy. The Danish Dynamite is here. They're at the home turf. Let's hear what you got for them, Copenhagen. That was just the first 10 duos we've seen compete here today. And I got to call them out right away. Janice and Reason, a duo that you heard Copenhagen go absolutely wild for. I want to talk about the expectations we have for the duo on the day.
Yeah, if you ain't familiar, if you ain't been round here before, let me introduce you to Janice and Reason. These guys are OGs. They've been here. They've been at the top. They've been to the mountaintop. They've seen it all. They've done it all. They've won it all. And they're going to look to try to do that again. They came so close in Major 1. Major 1 Grand Finals in the EU, they led the way after day one, and it looked like a spot in Globals was there for them. But they didn't quite do it, and it took them all the way until Last Chance Major to finally do it. And I know they won't wait late again. They're going to come in early and try and do their thing as best as possible.
But that's what being a global champion is all about. Performing in the clutch. It is a tall task for them today. As we showed that little drop map earlier, right, where we were expecting a lot of the early game action to show, and there was a red area. That means there are 3 teams up there, and unfortunately for Janice and Reason, they are one of them.
That's right. That's just the first 10. I want to meet the next 10, so let's just jump right into it.
Give it up for Merstash and Tayson, one of the best duos to ever do it. Now it's their chance to show to the world they can do it again.
And here we have Pixie and Cheatin. duo has showed us that they have what it takes to perform at the highest levels, and now the trophy, it's so close.
Give it up for Baila and Peterbot, two of the most dominant players on NA. With a championship already under their belt, they're looking to perform that here once more.
Let's welcome Crisp and Noxie. These guys have showed great consistency for a long time. Let's keep it going because guess what? It's showtime.
Quitos and P8 Sin, the Brazilian champs are here. They know the feeling of winning. Can they do it again? We know the Brazilians are cheering you on.
And now, Vico and Pink, they have accumulated momentum all weekend long, and now it's time to give it your all. Good luck.
Coming all the way from NA, let's give it up for Quanti and TK. They have showcased amazing skill for a long time. They are here for the finals, and that trophy is waiting.
But wait, we have Blaha and Mixon, the Polish duo. Let's make some noise. It's time to crown some new Polish champs potentially. Let's bring on the heat.
Stand up and get loud for Roban and Axforge, making sure they only needed the upper bracket to qualify to the grand finals. Can they keep up the momentum?
Now let's hear it for Booga and Threats. These guys aren't playing around and do not plan on leaving empty-handed tonight, but will the trophy go home with NA? With every 10, it's starting to get more real and real. The duo we wanted to highlight here was, of course, your World Cup champion, Booga! You know we had to talk about it. Vivid, imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be crazy.
What a career Booga has had, teaming up with Threats for this year, coming in major number 2, a 5th place, closing out major number 3 with a 2nd place. Not to mention Booga himself has 3 FNCS titles. I mean, what can't he do?
One of the GOATs of this game, and I personally as a fan just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again.
Yeah.
It would be amazing.
I'm hoping, man. Of course, we've got more duos to introduce. Let's get the next 10.
This is Acorn and Cold with a dominating performance in the upper bracket. These guys are here and they're looking to take home that trophy.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo, Clip, and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your A game.
Representing the Middle East, Mshari and Rue might be the only team from their region, but that doesn't stop them from winning. These guys will do whatever it takes to succeed.
From NA, we have Thoric and Bolts for Viton, proving that they can take home FNCS wins. They have championships under their belt, but can they do it one more time?
Misha and Teeny, ladies and gentlemen, do not feel safe regardless of where you drop on the map when these guys are in the lobby. They are here, and they are here to win.
Here we have iDrop and Mappy. The Scandinavian duo is now ready to bring the trophy home after qualifying hot out of day 1. Let's go.
Make some noise for Grindbane Flixie. Slowly been climbing the ranks for seasons. Now is their chance to make it big and solidify themselves among the best.
But wait, for Strokey, Kylie, they have landed They are here, dropping right in from the upper bracket into the grand finals. They are making an impact on the leaderboards.
A big round of applause for Muzz and Paper. These guys are used to being high up on the leaderboards, and they only needed day one to make it here. Now it's time to finish the job.
All right, give it up for Mr. Savage and Badil, making the lower bracket look easy. It's exciting to see if they can do it again here for the grand finals.
One step closer to games beginning. Mr. Savage and Badil, you know we got to talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance major. They have something to prove, and they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. They're so smart. Mr. Savage has so much experience, especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person event appearances, and then Badil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on stages like this as much as anybody else in the world of Fortnite. He will know, but Badil, he's been the one in crunch time this year that has really put the performances in to seal the deal. And even though there'll be pressure on him, Badil will be ready.
I'm ready. For more duos, let's get the next 10 in here.
Let's get a big warm welcome for Yamso and Rise. Consistency is key here, and they proved it all year long. Now it's the time to finish what they started.
Let's hear it now for Alex and Worthy. As the only OCE team in the lobby tonight, this is their chance, and the pressure is on to take home the LAN title.
Please meet Trulex and Chicho. FNC experience and titles are plenty here. However, a LAN title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
And this is Shari and Giras coming smoking hot out of day number one. Now they're focusing in on today. There's no time to waste. This is it for them.
Make some noise for Bobby and Larpex. First Asian team to make it to the grand finals, but they are not done yet. The trophy is within their grasp.
Pars and Baka, everyone. With a solid performance in the upper bracket, these guys have to be ready now more than ever to take it on in the grand finals.
Here we have him, Ashidas and Striker. Brazil is not to be messed around with. These guys are here to prove they can challenge everyone on the international stage.
Boyo and Sphinx are not to be messed with, taking home a victory royale in the upper bracket. They are now here to show if they can do it again. Pressure is on.
Give it up for Queasy and Benno! Today's menu says comeback. Second in the Invitational, second in the upper bracket, but now it is time for a first place finish.
And here we have Kemi and Seti. These guys are used to lifting trophies this weekend. They are looking to add another one to the collection. Of all the duos here, we could say they have the most pressure.
This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duel we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex, who OCE as a whole are just like, this is our guy. I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get to see some of the smaller regions step up the way they did in the upper bracket finals. 6th place is no shabby feat at all. And personally, when you look at their play styles, Alex, man, one of the most electrifying players there is in Fortnite. When he turns it on, when he decides he wants to get in a limb, he's getting in a limb.
Top 25 in every single game on day number 1. Can they do it again and represent OCE?
Absolutely. Arena, make some noise. Let this last wave of players hear you. Let's meet them.
Double R, Tree and Rituals are in the house. NA is their home turf, but after upper bracket, Denmark certainly looks comfy for them as well. Can they keep up the pace?
Don't blink, we have Hen and Bosque from last chance major to the lower bracket and then to the grand finals. Now they are here where they belong. All they have to do is seal it up.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker and for Nyan. Young and talented are key words for these guys, and now they're here to give it their all.
Banyak and Carmi, ladies and gentlemen, fighting their way back out of the lower bracket. They are now here to prove themselves worthy as a grand finals team.
Put your hands together for Duke and Edgy with an NA Major 2 title in the books and a massive clutch on the day too. It's time to add another one. Tonight is that chance.
Here we have, straight out of Asia, Shalom and MK Papa. This team right here has popped off, making their region proud, but they need to continue to make their mark.
Welcome, Kaizen and Clement. Making it to the Global Championship Grand Finals is an achievement in itself. However, there is still plenty up for grabs for this team.
Let's hear it for Scented and Polarized. All of the FNCS experience has been put to use. It's now or never for these guys, and here they are to show it.
This is Kanata and Agers dominating the NA region and now ready to dominate Denmark. Eyes are on the prize for these guys.
Last but not least, Denmark makes some noise for Malabuka, Thomas HD. They are holding the fans high, and they're missing only one thing. That's an FNCS title. Copenhagen, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all are losing your minds. You guys are in the same place as we are. We want to see games. We are so close, but man, this feels so good. There's so much electricity in the air. You saw them start first. Reet and Ritual out of NA. We've seen them perform well. What can they do here?
We've been talking a lot about how everybody has been placing in some of these games. Well, what about the eliminations? On day number 1, both of them, a part of this duo, finished in the top 10 for individual eliminations, 10 and 11 respectively, for a combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of thing, especially when, we want to see controller players represented. He's a controller player. Put a throwback on for that one every day. But look, I think when it comes to how they play in this server, they need to stick to what was working with them. Be aggressive as possible when you can.
That's right, guys. I'm getting word we are so close. So let's kick it on up to Jacob PR and MDF to keep this moving.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Let's keep this show on the road. I'm so excited here. It's game 1 in just a few moments. The expectations are through the roof.
That's right, and you already know it's gonna be explosive. So as we start to gear up now, let us do it, because game 1 is ready. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals is upon us. We already know what is in store. Nothing but explosive action and early game congestion.
Yeah, we got a couple of off-spawn fights we've seen before. We got even more than that today for the first time. And I think the crowd already knows which ones they want to see right out of the gate. It's only a matter of time before these players actually drop down on this map. And there goes the first one. The crowd, everybody's been waiting for this one. The rematch, Thomas and Malabuka versus Kanata and Agers.
Kanata said it. He has the best drop. He's always going to touch first, and they do just that. But Thomas HD does have a weapon as well. Kanata has a side angle here onto Thomas HD, and he draws the first tags. It's a trade, but he gets the full finish, and he won't get healed. And now, Kanata and Agers are on top, game number 1.
We've already seen what they can do with the freedom of their drop spot. First place throughout the day, but they ended up in second. They're looking to mimic that type of play. Cammy and Seti, even though they might have been contested to start day number 1, they were able to pull through. They pushed that team away, and now they have claimed Frenzy Fields as their own.
What an incredible set of eliminations over at the racetrack. But look, Seti and Cammy have to as well. Who would have thought they would have been contested here on the drop? So the Frenzy Fields is not safe at all.
This is a little bit of that replay. That's Datus and Stain, and a monster shot already coming out from Seti. He finishes that one. On the other side of things, you got to imagine Cammy chased them down. A huge start for our European powerhouse.
And vamos for Kitos and PH Zin also sitting at 2 eliminations here. That means the Shady being fully contested. They win their off-spawn fight. What a grand finals this is. Already multiple teams going head-to-head. It's Sphinx with the clutch up on Cammy and Carmi and Vanyak there.
That is huge. Sphinx, he gets both of those eliminations. Even though Pollo did go down, he has a chance to bring him back, but in the minimap, you already see 2 hungry teams looking at that direction. That's third-party opportunities. One of them is going to be Reet. The other one is going to be Rituals. All over the map, these teams are going to hear these fights, Monster, and they're going to try to third-party as fast as they can. They know Surge, it's hard to come by in lobbies just like this.
This is the fastest we have seen 14 players go down of any game we've watched over this entire weekend. Who would have thought this would be the most explosive time? Let's go take a look at some eliminations here. PH Zin took on Axe Force and Robot from down low. The angles were so good, and this is how they converted.
Been a little game of hide and seek with Roban. Axe Force trying to do the same thing, but he's just getting spotted out from all angles. PH Zin looking like a Christmas tree ornament at the top, and he definitely uncovered his presence, and that's 8 points.
His eye drop, but hold up, hold that thought. We have Podesai, we have Snazy already finding an elimination here. They're just gonna hold on to the down body, and we already know what they wanna do. They wanna keep this body up and healthy to try to farm as much Surge as possible. That's the way you play it. MA Podesai, MA Snazy have worked so hard to get here. We saw the difficult hurdle that they have to overcome just to get here.
Yeah, I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1, thanks to Zagu and Peppo Clip. It was mimicked in day 2, and this is why you know teams know that Surge is going to be a hard thing. They're med-misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit of an edge early on in this game, even using the kinetic blocks. Every single tool in their tool belt is coming out early.
Hey, listen, we know that pro players keep strategies hidden, but my gosh, everyone is putting this to use, and we have to honestly give all credits to Peppo, Clip, and Zagu for revealing it early, but I think they put this strat on the map.
Yeah. He's here. The French go very loud in the building. They like that strategy as well. And this is a fight I feel like we haven't talked too much about. Peterbot and Byla versus Bugha and Threads over towards Sanguine Sweets. In theory, it's so big, you can split this drop. There is a ton of loot, almost 100 chests, maybe a little bit fewer than that, but that allows for both of these teams to play the way that they want. One of them has already captured that vault. It's got to be Peterbot and Byla. So Bugha and Threads, instead of contesting it, they're just trying to farm up. They're just trying to get their loadout set and ready so they can make their first rotation when the zone begins to pull.
Let's not forget, Peterbot did used to play with Bugha as well, you know, so there is some history there as they're going head-to-head, but Kaizen, Clement right now looking pretty solid here, just trying to get their rotation down. Pack team right on their heels. Meanwhile, Teeny potentially up against Thoric. out there in the feed. We get to jump on over to Sentin and Polarize versus the youngins here. Fanyajin, Moneymaker's by himself. What can he do here?
Yeah, it was in game 5 where Moneymaker and Fornais were able to qualify for this stage itself. Sentin and Polarize did it by brute forcing their way through with already one knock. It's a 2v1 situation. They're just trying to regain as much real estate as possible. All those pieces are theirs, and Moneymaker's doing what he can to bob and weave in and out of these covers, but his back is up against the wall. He's getting trapped little by little. The first elimination is going to be cleaned up, and they finally get the second. Moneymaker goes down. Polarize and Sentin make a statement at their drop.
Explosive, quick, easy, and trapped, put down. Well played for Sentin and Polarize there. They're going to be happy about that. Threats lingering everywhere, though. How is this still happening? There are more fights happening. It's Muzz and Paper. This time, onto the Brazilian duo.
Muzz, a duo region champion from both OCE and NA, teaming up with Paper. Paper's probably a very, very aggressive player. He knows how to play smart as well, just a full-on balanced play style. They switched up their drop spot from Breakwater Bay. They wanted to be uncontested, but quickly find themselves in yet another fight. But you see all these teams in the minimap, they're converging on their location because they want to try to get that free surge of what they think it is.
No one wants to fall behind, but now we get to look at Teeny and Misha jumping inside. This is how Thoric was taken down there. Thoric and Bolts have a difficult task in front of them now that they have Misha and Teeny. And that's the first time we've actually seen them find early success. They were contested in those other brackets, as we saw throughout the weekend.
Yeah, in upper bracket 1, they went ahead towards the north side of the map. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off, and then they went into their bag of tricks. They did exactly what they did to qualify up until this point, and those tricks will continue. And how long has it been, Monster? A couple of minutes already, and they're still farming that surge onto Striker. These guys are setting the bar high when it comes to Storm Surge. There's going to be very few teams that will be able to keep up with them if they keep at this pace.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves well and far ahead of the competition. It's an excellent strategy, and it's hard to replicate. You have to put yourself in that position. Notice how far they had to rotate just to get there as well. So positioning for that, setting up for that is no easy feat. You have to respect it, but this is high-level Fortnite. Here we go, though. Burstash, Tayson. Big fight here. Chicho and Trulex on the other side of the Slappy Shores. Already gonna need a move here shortly, but Metal gotta cap out first.
Yeah, and this was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho versus Quanti and TK. Either Quanti and TK rotated out fast, or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho. Find out about that later, but Acorn and Cold, probably one of the most dominating performance in the upper bracket. In the international stage, for all that matter, they're looking to try to continue that run, but right out of the gates, we knew they were contested by both Pink and Vico, and it looks like both of these teams might have decided to split the drop. It's only game 1 of 6, so that could change very, very quickly, but they're trying to feel this lobby out. It's a much different set of players than they faced in that upper bracket.
Extremely proud of what Team Dignitas and Agent have been able to put together with their rosters. The performances are amazing, and again, grand finals, of course, is what matters most. We'll see where everyone ends up, but Flixie, Gripey here, seem to have been getting into a little bit of a hustle, a little bit of a fight here against our favorite Mr. Savage and Vidil. Vidil is one of the most dangerous when it comes down to toe-to-toe battles and defending in situations like this, but there's nothing you can do against two of the best. Flixie, Gripey, they closed it out.
Yeah, and they've been battling it out almost all year long, from major qualifiers to major grand finals. Flixie and Gripey, you know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this lobby is dangerous. They need to be able to come out on top in a lot of these exchanges, and you cannot overrate any of your opponents at any stage of this game.
There's two regions I wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe in an early box fight with. It's anyone from the previous NA West, now of course NA, but also EU players, and unfortunately that's exactly who were the ones asking those questions. Pixie and Cheatin', however, though, are going to fend off several pair of EU ones themselves. This is match 1 of the grand finals. Things are already heating up. 81 players remaining in the lobby, and Pixie gets punished.
That's a huge amount of damage, both of them getting dropped down low. Luckily for them, they do have the med miss at the very minimum, so they can get themselves up to tip-top shape. Mixon and Baja are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they realize how hard it is for Surge. You can find bandages, you can find berries, you can find a leftover med kit, but it's that Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to find for free.
They're very behind on material, so we'll see if they can bounce back. Duke and Edgy, what a performance we saw. Arguably stealing away a moment of the weekend. The clutch from them, honestly solidifying their position, their placement here amongst the best. What are they going to be capable of here this weekend?
Duke. That clutch was just absolutely insane, and how hyped, how supportive Edgy was as well. Just shows the chemistry between these two and why they are an NA FNCS champion, why they are playing in a lobby just like this. A lot of the players here know how to win in their region. It's the international stage that takes just a little bit more effort. Kaizen and Clement quickly trying to rotate. They're one of the teams. They just don't want to get stuck too far out in the zone. And I think if any of these 2 days have shown you anything, is you don't want to get stuck behind the rest of the lobby when they're trying to hold you out. It forces you to waste your heals. It forces you to waste all of your resources just to make it into the zone very, very early on.
Super proud of Worthy and Alex, again, representing for OCE, the only team and duo from the OCE region to make it to the finals stage here, and they already have an elimination, something to be extremely proud of. They're on the move here. Gonna get dead center zone 3 right now. They've scored 30+ points in every match coming out of day 1, and day 1, by the way, was the most difficult of the 2 brackets.
Yeah, and kind of shows how impressive it is, because Kanata and Agers did the same thing. They got second, and I believe Alex and Worthy were somewhere like 6, at least into the top 7. Reason and Yanis here over towards Breakwater Bay, and they've been traveling a lot. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to go to the slow side of the zone where the least amount of players will be sitting, trying to hold them out. The only worry that I'm going to have for them is where they're going to get their surge from. Have they got enough with those 2 eliminations already? Because as we know, those off-spawn battles, they don't give very much Storm Surge compared to what you're going to get through the mid and that late game.
Yanis picking up the steady hands augment there as well, just waiting to really decide what direction he's going to take his augments in. You have to also now look to study those decisions moving forwards. But here we have AJS Moby, AJS Larpex, of course, joining up together here. The Rumble Ruins is their home at the moment. And they're just looking around for surge tags, nothing yet. NA options in the distance. EU options here on the mountain with Vask. What's it going to be? Here comes the Rift Island.
Ooh, this is going to get good. In day 1, we didn't see too many teams try to contest it. In day 2, it was like a house party on top of Rift Island. Everybody wanted to join, and it does look like Hannah and Vasquez might be the first ones to try to contend it. They did get it in game 1 of the lower bracket, and that was a huge part of their success very, very early on. They were able to keep up the pace and eventually qualify for our grand finals here today, and they're looking to try to mimic that. And you see there's not very many other players that are going up towards Rift Island, so that might be a free 15 points and very, very valuable slurp juices.
Exactly. For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this island is worth 15 points if you can secure the objective. It is going to draw in the lot of the players. If you can get 15 points, that is the equivalent of 3 or 4 eliminations worth of points there. So it really can set you very far ahead. This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now for Miro and Cooper, because they have decided they want to fight for it, and they are a very dangerous team when it comes down to them making a decision and sticking to it. They'll commit.
Yep, does look like, though, Vasquez and Hen were able to capture it. They were there first. If there's 2 people going ahead and capturing it, it goes much faster than if it's just a solo. So Cooper and Miro, they're ready for that extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they can get Surge. But Peppo, Clip, and Zaku in another fight against Rue and Mshari over on the other side, just battling for those pieces. Mshari just sitting high up on that mountain. He's not really worried about his teammate. He trusts him to play safe, and that's a massive amount of trust in a lobby just like this.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he didn't go down there to try to support. He says, hey, man, you have this. Defense comes out of Rue, plays very well, and now they're above this Surge as Mshari is finding tags here in the process too. Meanwhile, Zagu Peppo, 475 damage above the surge. They are in an excellent position right now. They shouldn't have to move any much further.
Yep, in the feed though, I did see Kanata go down. I saw Mishi go down.
Ooh, here.
Yeah. And that's the battle that they were having. You see Agers is solo against Teeny over on the other side. Steno and Lushi might possibly be looking to take advantage of this opportunity, but that's Acorn and Cole down their sights. They know 23 above the damage threshold. It's enough to not have to worry about Storm Surge actually doing damage, but it's not enough for comfortability. So they're on the hunt for even more, but they're just on the receiving end of so many other players trying to put their hand in the cookie jar.
One of those duos is Acorn and Cold. Agers here, of course, trying to extract revenge now as Kanata was taken out. He still finds himself very comfortably in the safe zone here, so he'll be all right. Even has some extra heals, of course, remaining. It's going to be pretty tough to play this one out. Yes, they have 2 elims. We have to see how Teeny turned that fight around. You have to wonder what went wrong. Kanata caught out, looking for tags and low on HP. Teeny and Misha waste no time finding that one.
Immediately, and they are well above the damage threshold as well, giving themselves a good and early start. But Queasy and Veno, they know how to play almost every facet of the game, early, mid, and late. They made some quick rotations over towards Kenjutsu Crossing, and they're probably one of the most deep teams that land on that side of the map. They're over towards Shattered Slabs now, 193 above the damage threshold, and you can see that they're not necessarily going over towards Rift Island because they know in these next couple of zones, it's going to pull away from Rift Island, so they don't want to get too close, then have to rotate far if it does pull max.
You know what? We haven't seen a zone like this. Hard west, full west, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to have the advantage and start off strong. Momentum is everything. And sometimes all it takes is securing that first game. Teeny goes for the save in the zone here, so Misha will potentially be picked up. Possibly we'll be able to situate and get back into this, but I'm not crossing my fingers here. It's a very difficult thing to bounce back when you start off with nothing.
Yeah, and they're just outside of that Rift Island position where the majority of the lobby already is. So they're just going to have to figure out what they're going to do to rotate, because going straight in is going to cause for some dangerous situations for them to try to survive. So they need to be looking for some heals, so that way they can go the long way around, find some safety, and just simply get into the zone. But Pink and Vico here, you can see the split. We talked about a contested drop, but they actually choose to go their separate ways. They're 225 above the damage threshold, and they're looking safe for now. They're trying to figure out what their rotation is going to be. It is a pretty far rotation, but not too far from some of the other players here in this lobby. The first knock is going to get cleaned up. Steno is there by himself. But you can see they're not getting greedy. They're not just trying to bulldoze for it and try to grab that loot. They're just saying, hey, let's just grab the surge. That is going to be enough, but they get a crest on momentarily. That was bold to try to make magic happen, but he goes out like a light.
That's crazy. He tried to time that, and it just backfired completely as another team also started to look inwards, and they pick up a set of eliminations there. What a huge point swing for Pink and Vico there. Meanwhile, in the feed, Peterbot down, Booga down, Trulex. So many exchanges here to catch up on, and the landscape is changing right before our eyes.
Even Pink in the feed getting Steno as well. Him and Lushi look like they probably went down. That was 3 straight eliminations on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Threats being a solo, though. I'm not really worried about Threats being a solo because he clutched up big for their qualification spot. He got a 2nd place. They had 9 eliminations as a duo. Now he has to do it with a surge just hovering over his shoulders.
A lot of players on the move right now. If you look at that right map, all of those arrows flying. Our teams trying to navigate their way to the new zone. You do have to be very cautious. Take a look, though. Rise tries to go in with a hero's play here. Finds Cold, but Acorn is there to back him up. But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down. So he finds Cold and gets right on out.
I feel like that was perfect timing with Acorn trying to plan an escape. And they just bulldozed their way right in. You can see why. Barely being 118 above the damage threshold. At that stage of the game, they were probably below. So they needed to go ahead and pad that stat. Now they have Cammy and Seti in their lines of sights. But they don't have to move far. They got the half-and-half zone. So for them, it's just a sit-and-wait scenario that allows them to be consistent. But there's so many superstars around him. I already mentioned Cammy and Seti. Queasy and Vino are to their right. So this is a dangerous area of the map to be in. But I think it's a little bit more safer than all those players just to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey right now for sure. But if you're a Yam Zone Rise, you're pretty happy that there's not that much going on around you. They can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here. Let's jump on over to Seti and Cammy. 2 eliminations so far from the start. Nothing else since then, but we haven't saw problems this time around with the Surge, so they are in a very, very sweet spot here right now. Also, just nestled so nicely here. And look, they can look down on players trying to come out the low ground.
Yeah, so many big names are already out of this lobby, and we haven't even been given placement points just yet, so there's still so much work to do. You can't get behind that curve as Cammy and Seti feeling like they're comfortable in their position for now, waiting for all those players to try to rotate in. MK, Papa, and Shalom looking like they might get a sneak attack onto Podesai and Snazy. They just need to be patient here. They go for the 3-2-1 onto the cover. No shots actually go through to Podesai. That gives them information of where they're located at, so they're gonna about face and go a little bit of a different direction now.
Looks like Rapid lost his teammate, Batman Booga, as he's not nearby to the hands of Shari not too long ago. Here's Papa. Here's Shalom, though. Still looking around, playing the bush. Very nicely done. Everyone else is nestled pretty far off, so we get to jump in with Vino and Queasy, see how they are doing. A little update, a single elimination, so not really turning online too far yet. As far as the overall heal situation, I'd say they're middling in the pack. Material count-wise, is it enough for them to play for high ground? I think yes, and they're probably thinking we should go for it.
Yeah, they're probably just gathering all the information around the map for now. Figure out what's the best position, who's already on height, how do we chop them down and make it our own. We've seen that happen to start our tournament on Friday. They grabbed high ground, they looked down and never looked back as they took the game. They actually qualified off that game, 93 points when 91 was the threshold. They kept playing out because it's all about bragging rights, proving that they are the best, just like Iamzo and Rise. And they quickly move to the front side of the zone, so that way when it does begin to move, they secure their spot and they look back and try to hold anybody out and get eliminations.
Well, they're here early, and now they can start to determine what they're going to do. Everyone's on the move here once again. Rocket Rams coming into full effect. Meanwhile, on high ground, Cammy, Seti trying to be the first to set up. The base is wide, the base is strong, and they get the first dibs already. There are other teams cranking up, though. They don't want to just give them all this elevation for free. And the fact that they're committing with Meadow does mean they will have a problem. Meanwhile, Acorn does fall, so Acorn and Cold now taken out of this game. Chicho left by himself to play this one out as a solo as well. Those were his last remaining builds.
He's trying to do it by himself. He's trying to play patiently, waiting for anybody to run past him, not knowing that he's there. Try to hit a little bit of a peekaboo. And that's going to be a massive refresh, because not only is it hoping it gets the Siphon mats, it gets the Siphon itself to get his heals up. And that's going to be big. Duke by himself, though, on the other side, which honestly, I don't have too much of a worry. We saw a 1v2 clutch from Duke yesterday. We know anything is possible here this weekend. And now placement points are finally beginning to set in. It is very few for now, but there's still more to come if you can survive.
That was an excellent time to update the standings, updating in real time right now. So from here on out, as teams fall, placement points will be rewarded. It is really about surviving this gauntlet of action to come right now. The Surge is equally active. Worthy's going to find the solo Shari. Big pickup for him. And Flixie and Gripey leading here with 5 eliminations now. Front side of the zone, team gets right in front of him. He tries to see for the box up, but no, it's more important to stay safe right now. Look at the rotates here. You love to see it. Excellently done. Flixie and Gripey are really playing well right now.
Yeah, sacrificing some HP. That way they can go to the front side. The high ground battle's going to begin. Cammy and Seti, Vino and Queasy with the bounce pad. The fadeaway shot unsuccessful from Queasy and Vino. So the kings of the FNCS Invitational are still on the high ground for now, as Cammy's looking to come crashing down. He's built a little bit of a tower, so he doesn't go too far. So all the battles being forced lower and lower, down in the mud. Duke trying to fight with his back up against the wall by himself. Multiple duos beginning to surround and hound him. Top 17, though. All these points as a solo are massive for their run here in this competition.
This is a battle for ego, undoubtedly. Duke looking to see what he can set up. Turns around, breaks everyone off. Fight.
Down goes Cammy.
And down comes Cammy. And then he's looking to target him. Duke is the destruction here in the lobby by himself. with the knock. What a beautifully timed landing spot there, but Cooper hot on his heels here next door. They know he's here. Miro comes in, they're trying to hunt him out, but he's off to the races, finds Pixie, big tag. You know Duke wants to finish this one. Can he get it? In he goes. It's only gonna take a single tag. He's under the ramp, goes for it, he gets it there. Nicely done.
Takes out Cammy, takes out the next one as well. The list of eliminations keeps on climbing before he finally falls. Into the top 10 we go, with Flixie also a solo in this game. There's 4 total solos still left alive, no builds. He's trying to make a play, but from the outside of the zone, he goes down.
It's Mappy, it's eye drop on high ground. Take a look, Reet is still alive. Seti is still alive. Playing the backside of zone, excellently done here, but the high ground comes down a little early. He has a true chance. Seti brings him down, and now he is the one on top. Can he clutch this out by himself against all odds? We thought it was over, but Reet has other words for everyone in the lobby.
He goes down into that top 4 we go. The only solo left alive, well, you saw him moments ago. It is going to be Seti. Cooper and Miro almost won a game yesterday. It was stolen away by both Bryce and Chubbs. Now they're going for some toe tags on Apoyo and Spheaks. NA counterparts going at it. I drop on the other side, but he gets taken down by the NA duo. Huge shot by Miro, trying to go back-to-back, but they fall down the mountain. That's going to allow for Apoyo to survive momentarily, but Cooper hot on the chase. He sacrifices himself to go for the elimination. Seti out of nowhere. Final 2 teams. Miro's trying to stay alive, but there's one duo still left alive, but it's actually a knock. Miro versus Sphinx. NA versus NA to take game number 1.
Incredible that NA will secure this here, but talk about the turn of events here. Miro taking down Seti, putting his name in the conversation. People forget what Miro is capable of, but now it's a 1v1. Old blood versus the new, basically. Miro showing, hey, I'm the big dog of the region. Sphinx says, I want to prove that I can do it. We already know he's got the mouth in him, but can he put the bullets where they need to go?
He needs to put some respect on his name. Miro running out of builds. That's his last chance. He falls all the way down. Miro goes out. That is Poyo and Sphinx. That is their second victory royale on the weekend.
What an excellent job there. We already saw them take a win in the upper bracket to even bring them this far into this stage, and now they are proving that they can do it on the biggest stage against the best.
That's going to be it from us, though, because I want to hear what they have to say about being the only team with 2 wins on the weekend.
Boys, you proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you've proved you can get a victory royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
I would say so, a little bit less. I think my comms were more clear.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now, so like, obviously I know there's a man above me, you know, I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think 25 builds about, and I'm, you know, I'm best fighter, best piecer, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
Yeah. And you waited, and then he fell down and he did the job for you. Poyo, what was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his mats and he did the rest.
Now, going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off-spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Poyo!
Poyo and Sphinx looking to set the tone on the day. If there's anything I learned from game number 1, these next couple games are going to be chaos.
I mean, that game was pretty much everything that we wanted, right? We saw the matchups happen towards that end game that we really wanted to see, but it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It requires you to go ahead and clutch up when it requires, and honestly, Sphinx right here, this shot on the Cooper, this was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment onwards, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's gonna go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro down, and Sphinx was just had a bit more left in the tank. Even though, actually, you can see he had none. He just was playing around with the stairs, and it wins him the game as well. of course, again, a team that has already shown they can win on this stage, and they do it once again.
Just being able to stay calm, cool, and collect in that situation. Many duos would look at their material count, what they have in the tank, and just go, this is it. Let's start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore. But Sphinx just said, no. I've been in Grands before. I've been in these types of situations. Take a step back. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a second place for them. I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all. But look, Pollo and Sphinx up above 89. I know their parents are out here to support them as well. When I actually flew into Copenhagen for this event, I was in the airport with Pollo's dad, and he was like, good luck to everyone, but my son's gonna win. I want my son to win, a supportive parent, as you always love to see. And right now, I'm sure he will be beaming from ear to ear to see his son sitting in first place.
Absolutely incredible game number one. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in third place. The All-Spawn wasn't what we expected.
I mean, it wasn't, right? But they did so well, right? We tuned into them, we see them with 2 limbs, and I think everybody sort of knew what that meant. We weren't expecting Daedus and Stain to contest them. They had said they were going to land somewhere else a bit, right? But clearly a misdirect to try and fake them out. But Cammy and Seti were prepared. And in that endgame, Seti survived as a solo for so long.
Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo. Actually, usually most of their points, a high percentage of them actually come from when they are a duo alive, right? Usually their points fall off whenever there's a solo clutch opportunity, but Seti's showing up.
Yeah, you don't associate either of them, as great of players they are, you don't associate either of them with mega solo clutches, right? You look at some of the other elite EU names, a lot of them, you think of them and you think solo clutches. Thomas Malabuka, right? You know, Venno, even Queasy, you know, these guys you expect to solo clutch. Cammy and Seti showing us right now, yeah, if one of them's a solo in these games, they will step up.
And I think for them, like obviously Seti's a little disappointed there. He wanted to take it farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage, and ending third place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Venno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players in the lobby kind of act. We saw there in the mid game, Seti, Cammy on the high ground, Queasy, Venno on the front side of zone. So all these duos are just looking for those windows, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in this end game, with all these duos here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that brother was going ballistic, right? He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clashes. Oh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we wanted to see on the higher ground. Honestly, though, Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that. But Zeke, I was really impressed with Cooper and Mira. I feel like some of those IGL late-game calls were really good.
Yeah, super crispy stuff. And I mean, when you think about their performance just this weekend alone, I mean, this is starting to look real good, right? I still think there is quite a bit of first game jitters, right? Even coming from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different. Right now, you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players that can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all about, you know, soaking it all in. You really got to use the crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that. But then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to hear the crowd more than anybody else throughout that game would have been Thomas HD and Malabuka, right? You know, they went down Osborne. That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canard and Aegis. They went down not the way you want to start the competition, right? You want to get into the swing of things, especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things. Again, when you go back into that Osborne fight the next time round, how do you now come into it mentally? You don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies where we've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the, let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games, games, games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one, Monster, that was so exciting to really start off the day.
It was perfect. EU versus NA, and the big names really showing up. We saw the rivalry for high ground, so already the early story starting to begin. But most importantly, 14 elims off the early game. Let's see it here for game number 2.
We're in it We're here to win it all. A huge early game that was won by both Pollo and Sphinx, and they carried it all the way to the end. I said they were the first team to get 2 this weekend. Will they be the first team to go back-to-back and get their 3rd victory royale on the weekend? Only time will tell for that one. But the rematch, probably everybody here in the arena wants to see. Thomas, Malabuka, Kanata, Agers, let's get it.
Let's watch it. Sphinx is going to be able to watch in the distance there, too. So who's going to be the first to touch down? Who's going to be the first to land? Shots coming in this time. It's Malabuka who gets tagged. So does Agers. So both sides already. And Malabuka gets a weapon. He finds Agers with a huge tag. Kanata's already down. And they're finished. They're done.
That was a huge start for Malabuka. Gets that Havoc suppressed and immediately goes to work. And it was him. It was actually him who was getting tagged out of the sky. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Kanata and Agers. They weren't able to clean that one up. We saw the contested fight in the replay. The first game, Cammy and Seti get pushed off the actual barn. So it is going to start as a little bit of a split drop here over towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows us that they were caught off guard game 1 for the 50-50. Here's TK, here's Quanti over at the Slappy Shores. They are also contested down in this area by Tayson. And you can see that they just barely got away with it. Actually, it was Chicho and Trulex as well. Remember, there's like about 3 teams here, actually. Slappy Shores is just not big enough.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday. But for now, the actual south side of Slappy is going to go to TK and Quanti. They have access to that vault. It isn't the most massive vault with Mythics, but you still are able to get a ton of loot. And Misha and Teeny doing it again. They switch up their drop spot once more. They go on over to where Baka and Pars is at, and they're going to go ahead and sneak. They haven't really looted up at all. Will Baka and Pars take the bait?
This is a very interesting position to be in, of course, because you have the chest here as a potential option. So you have to think about it. Anything can happen here.
I feel like everybody at this stage in the game has been conditioned to know this is a viable strategy. Because like I said, in the lower bracket, or in the upper bracket, they were contesting Baka and Pars. Didn't work out for them. They switched up their strategy. They started doing exactly this, playing roulette with their drop spots to try to sneak up on some teams. And that inevitably was what got them across the finish line. And it's only a matter of time before Baka and Pars go in this direction. Just no matter what the result will be.
And this is what we talk about, teams hiding strategies, teams really sitting back and thinking about, okay, what haven't we tried yet in the upper bracket and lower bracket that we're sitting on, that we're waiting on, that we can then put into play to give us the advantage on Championship Sunday.
They have some sorts of feeling. See them hopping over the covers. They know they're around here somewhere. They probably already seen them drop just a little bit, but the bait has been taken. Down goes one of them. Misha and Teeny strike yet again. Now Pars is stuck by himself, and immediately you see him creating distance between him and his counterparts. He doesn't want to be the next one on their hit list.
And we don't want to be the ones to give away the edge. So to keep it low, to keep quiet there was a tough one, but take a look at that. Misha and Teeny, 2 games in a row. Surprise, surprise. They have made so much adjustment from the upper bracket to today. It really has shown so far in the last 2 games, but now Teeny has to still close this out with Misha.
Yeah, they went from 2 builds to 53, thanks to Baka and that elimination. Pars is trying to fight with his back up against the wall. Shots also coming in from the third party. Everything comes crashing down. But Pars is still able to put up a good defense for now. But Teeny's hot on his heels. First shot's gonna be landed. Pars goes down to the low ground, and the 2v1 has been secured. Misha and Teeny strike first.
What a play. What an ambush set up there. Definitely highlight worthy. Meanwhile, we jump with Vico, Pink. Their draw spot split by Acorn and Cold. You can see that they have lost a fair amount of the advantage of the general area, but it hasn't affected them that much. They have still maintained a very, again, more or less successful setup in the feed. I saw that Cold might have picked up Scented there, so already down south. Some action going on right now. Acorn and Cold here looking very much solid as they're going against Polarized. Polarized by himself, getting pieced up, boxed up, now forced onto the back foot here. This is a favorite here. Cold does get punished, but he's got his teammate here to back him up.
Yeah, trade in shots, bait and switch. Acorn is trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Polarized keeps trying to break his way into the box, but he gets denied entry more than once. Now Acorn's simply going to try to hold the covers, peek through, try to figure out where Polarized is at. Give Cold time to heal up. Zip line, that one's going to be noticeable. Now Acorn has to make the decision. Do I just go straight up into him? Do I continue to play my game out? And I saw third-party shots coming in. He hits it. He goes right back up. Zip line once more. Polarized goes down, but it's not the team you thought. Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the worst feeling right there. You put in all that work, all that damage, and 4 points slip away. Meanwhile, Poda, Sai, and Snazy, the M8 boys, are back at it again. Oh no, but they couldn't save Striker this time, so lost damage, but the strategy was still there. The idea still potent.
They've been performing so well this weekend. 90% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer from the crowd, and that's a little bit of a refresh in its own mind. But with 1 elimination, they get their surge plan started over towards Shattered Slabs. There's at least one team towards the north side. But we got a surprise, we got a treat. We got a little bit of a listen-in of an off-spawn battle.
Wait, where are they?
Hey, take guns on left, take guns on left.
Yeah, I got these guns. 6 white, 9 white, that one. 6 white. Yeah. Good job, mate. Good job, good job.
Big set of eliminations right there. You can hear the comms clear and concise, but they, for a second there, they didn't know where they actually were.
Yeah.
That's how tough a 50-50 can actually be. Slight, bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you're coming in from different angles.
Yeah, that's one thing is you can have the best drop, but when everyone's going for the same weapon, Malibuca's the one who won out, which of course cannot an Aegis elsewhere, but our game 1 victors, Poyo and Spinks, who probably got a front row seat for that battle. You saw them flying through the sky when that contestation was happening. They looted up, and I gotta say their loot is looking pretty impressive. 8 slap splashes, 3 big pods, and that's just on Poyo alone. They got a free rotation to where they want to go. You can see some shots coming in, a little bit of a warning shot at that. Cammy and Seti contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game 1. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side as somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge plan all together. But they're just trying to rotate to where they think it's going to go, to where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile, Noxie in a fight right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here. This is going to be a tough one to close out if they allow Asa to bounce back. It does seem like he's got a chance to do so.
Even though he is by himself, we've seen so many teams and players make magic happen. Noxie and Chris, they see him kind of run away. They got to question themselves, is it worth going ahead and pushing forward? You continue the game plan, which you set out up into this point. The zone for now has pulled over towards the western side with a little bit of a north lean. And that's why you see a lot of these teams hovering over towards Shattered Slabs or in this vicinity altogether. And you can see, this is actually pretty unique. You see Kit's Boombo in his inventory. That's something I don't see very many people pick up, but if you have the accuracy, you can do a ton of damage on players nearby.
Definitely one of those things. The option has always been there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see it come into play. A lot of variety already starting to turn online. We'll see what he's capable of with that. Yamzo and Rise, pretty strong game 1. Had some late game appearances there. Another western pull here. This time we're going a little bit more north, up towards the Eclipse State. We'll see how this influences the majority of the lobby, but North teams are pretty happy right now.
And this is why you saw early in the game, Cammy and Seti rotating in that direction. They had a feeling it was going to go on that side as Yamzo and Rise just sitting on top of their normal spots with the castle and the gas station, trying to pad up on Surge. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities from teams trying to rotate from the eastern portion of the map as the zone continues to pull on over towards the west. Cooper They got that early game surge, but it isn't going to be much because they did take away that elimination from Acorn and Cold, who did the brunt of that damage. So for now, it's just about farming up. Miro's the one that's in charge of trying to get those tags on top of that building.
So impressive. As we jump in with Vanyak and Karmi here. Lucy and Seno listening nearby, holding those edits, trying to see if there's a chance to pounce in crash pads. But all in all, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. It's gonna be difficult to turn this, situation around. It seems like there's been a drawn-out battle, and Lucy and Seno have been on the losing side.
See that already 7 teams down and out. It's not as active as it was in that last game up until this point, but it's definitely very, very close. You see the augments all out, Fast Fisher, Glider redeploy, Keymaster, if they're able to come around to it, and then that first shotgun. It's gonna be huge for a lot of these teams that are able to use that Fast Fisher, because we're going over to some of the water spots on our way over, which instantly fishes. Whether you get a flopper to kind of stagger yourself in the zone, or a slurp fish, or any of the shield fishes to go ahead. You see Booga has one as well. That's instant shields. It's 10 less than a big pot, but it's faster than a big pot altogether.
Definitely important to have those quick heals. Threats on the move right now. They're not happy with being on the outskirts of the zone here. They want to get a little bit more center before other teams start moving in and decide to do so. In the meanwhile, though, they also have to bounce back with some material here. There's a metal reservoir down low, but it's Boyo and Sphinx potentially holding that one out. Meanwhile, Mr. Savage looking to find his footing here. Last game was a tough one. He gets the siphon for Vidil and keeps him in the game. That's Trulex. And now Chicho is hurt. In he goes. Still on the hunt. Nicely done. And Savage and Vidil clap back for the first time today. They have some wind in their sails.
And this is big because we already seen at least one of the teams in our top 5 go down. That's iDrop and Mappy. And as long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down, that opens the game up wide open for any of these teams to overtake that spot, since it is very, very early on. Mr. Savage and Vidil showing what they can do out of Naughty Nets, which a lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are. Not only are they on the low ground, they have to cross a river. There's a couple teams they have to get through, so they're doing everything right up until this point.
Already we've seen our first team inside the top 10 fall, which was Janice and Reason there. Oof. Getting caught on this rotate here, seeming like the west pole wasn't good enough for him. You saw Booga's HP there as we were flying by, very hurt as they were coming just past Oyo and Sphinx, but Rift Island spawns in beneath Stain and Data. It's a team that absolutely needs to make a comeback. What a better way than to find points other than to take the Rift Island for yourself. Will they go for it?
I already see that they captured a weapon cache with the slurp juice in his inventory, throwing a bush directly on top to cloud their space. That way they can fire freely. Not very many players able to kind of tag them back. And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so that way a sniper shot can try to sneak his way through. This is going to be big as Batman, Booga, and Rapid are actually going to be the first team on top of Rift Island. And we saw last game, the team that was on top, they were able to capture it because they were the first ones there with nobody really contesting the actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time, now that's more than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Booga are well on their way to securing it here. I think it will be theirs. Pink and Vigo probably have considered it, but when you're just late to the punch, why jump in? Why take that risk? And it does seem like already now 2 for 2 on teams that snatch it up first. But again, the Rift Island is going to be 15-point swing in any direction if you can grab it.
Like you said once before, that's almost 4 eliminations without actually having to put yourself in a risky situation. And what these other teams are doing, even though they're not trying to contest it, one, probably going for scraps as soon as Batman, Booga, and Rapid leave that location. But most importantly, with that added elevation, they're looking for Storm Surge. They can see the entirety of the lobby, and those teams that have to rotate from the south, from the east, that is who they're looking at most of all to try to get the Storm Surge that they need. You can see they have 224. And they're even looking at some of the other teams that are on top of Rift Island as well.
This should very much put Rapid and Batman Booga in the conversation, though.
Yeah.
Rapid, although by himself, he did make some placement last game. Here we jump in with Edgy and Duke so far. 600 above the surge. They're going to be well and fine here. They're positioned very nicely already at the Eclipse Estate, which is near dead center. Do they have the storm eye? Do they know where the storm's going? Because this is some prime positioning right here.
Yeah, we got these forecast towers all around the map. It allows you to read where the zone is going, but Duke had 46 solo impact points in match 1. He was just gobbling up those placement points, and you saw him in those type spots getting eliminations as well, especially when he needed it most for both the Siphon and the Mats. Malibuca and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned at to try to make their own rotation in. The zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map, over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls, there's a surrounding water, there's even the moon there that we saw Cammy and Seti use early on in this tournament.
Clownski grows on the move right now. Already setting up for a nice position here. Looking out for fights, looking out to see if they can find tags. This is going to be a team that, if they don't get active, will surely have something to worry about, but they find more stashed here. Great tags here for Strauss, Grols, and Clownski, and already now they have a chance to go ahead and alleviate some room near them, get back into this game. But no, Grols, you saw yourself for a moment. The punishment comes in. It's Pixie off to the right there, who has made it further this game than the last. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Rise potentially taking a fight, but no, they are out. Bugha has not been able to secure the health that he lost from getting this far. Ooh. Wow.
Down goes Bugha. Shows exactly what you're talking about. Without that heals, he's not able to get the HP up, what makes him an easy target through the sky. Now he's a focus that they know the knock's there. This is 4 points that the team is going after. And if they're daring enough to move over, that's loot as well. And you can see Bugha handing over some of his resources while he's down, just trying to pad Threads' material count, making sure that he's able to save him. But look who's knocking on that front door. Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Cold, and no tricks up their sleeves. All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had the knock. They had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we got to go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part, and it puts them at 2 eliminations now, very comfortably in the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much better than that. Meanwhile, Snazy, Podesai on the move right now. The M8 boys playing deep outside the storm circle here. There had to be something worthwhile, but it looks like it was just a late rotate. A fight in the zone, gone bad.
Yeah, probably that early game strategy. If they're not able to get that surge off of those players that they do get the knocks, that puts them behind on not only timing, but on materials and resource gathering as well. The time is running out. Podesai needs to be able to get in, but he goes down. Snazy found a little crevice that he can hold on to, and even though he is full of shields, he only has 15 HP. If the lobby begins to target him in this direction, where some of them are going to begin to rotate into, that's going to be a very dangerous situation for him to be in.
What's crazy is Mshari had no shield, so talk about a opportunity revealed to him, and he finds shield just off the elimination. Look, he also did not have any heals. It's just a perfect star aligning moment for Mshari and Rue here. One of, again, the few representing for the ME, so making them proud so far.
Still got the top of the leaderboard still alive. Pollo Sphinx, Miro, Cooper. Rue and Mshari trying to join him on top, 106 and counting, above the damage threshold. But on the other side of things, Vasquez by himself, 140 below. Daring enough to go for that Rift Island very, very early on in game 1. That's helped their position on the leaderboard. And being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. We saw Duke in his solo points in game 1. Vasquez looking to mimic that here in game 2. But he really does need at least 7 players to go down before he gets a single placement point.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to make him uncomfortable here, as he is really dependent on the heals here, and he's got a long rotate to make. No one's moved just yet. It's just tough all around. Meanwhile, he gets punished by Tayson and Murstache here. So if it wasn't already pretty difficult, now he's surely on the back foot here. He's going to have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, Players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the sounds. They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
It's a big opportunity if somebody wants to go ahead and take that risk, and he needs a handful of players still needed to go down before that Storm Surge does go off. And without any more heals, he's gonna have to go for it eventually. Vidil is out, Savage still alive. He's one of those players that makes the sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get these heals from. 8 HP, 50 shields, 58 combined. His material count is looking pretty healthy though, but slowly but surely falling down the Storm Surge ladder, having to figure out where he's gonna get it from. He turns around and goes down to Reed.
Yeah, he was wondering, he saw something there, but unfortunately it wasn't anything, and he couldn't get the tags he needed. Reed's gonna go in and jump himself up 4 points there just because of that, and now placement points just moments away here. 27 duos remaining in the lobby. This is it. Match 2 of the grand finals is now starting to approach its end. Things are gonna have to turn up now. Boyo, Sphinx down on the low ground. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey Flicks here, not trying to make it easy though. They find Sphinx, a great knock there, and Boyo is now by himself. Tags coming too. He's big time punished and finished there. Spoken too soon, down they go, and now to the bottom, they fall.
That is huge. Cooper and Mira already taking first place throughout that game. And honestly, without Queasy and Vino in the lobby any longer, we set our eyes onto Cammy and Seti. They made that daring play in game 1 to go for height. They defended it successfully until Duke had crash landed, taken them all down, and Cammy with them. They're trying to make up for it here yet again today. They're trying to move their way towards the front side of zone. See the briefcase turret as well over on the other side. Information is important. It's not about the damage itself. And you can see he knows somebody's on the other side of that cover. Just trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to strike. 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now, but he knows that time where he's gonna need to fire a shot is gonna come soon.
And it makes you wonder what went wrong this game for Cammy and Seti. Low on the surge damage, low on the heal options, not many material, right? This is a very tough game, and it's not like the zone went very far from where they land. It's just a little north and to the west here, so something must have went terribly wrong in that outskirt rotate. The resistance there a little too strong. Meanwhile, on hike, it's Striker and his duo. Asha from Team Monaco here. Asha's looking pretty solid right now. I do like the position that they are in as they're trying to play for height here.
Yeah, and who's daring enough to go ahead and contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them. Unfortunately enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed Havoc AR. It could deal some fast damage, but it's not as fast as some would think. 148 above the damage threshold, and they have a far rotation to go, just like Thomas and Malabuka. But they are so healthy right now in terms of materials and in terms of resources.
And if you weigh their game versus Kanata's, they are doing far and beyond better. Yeah. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game, and they have everything they need to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop, but let's look at Peterbot. Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known for what he can do as a solo. He's one of the most capable players on NA, especially when it comes down to fighting. He needs to finish this here. He's already got the knock onto MK Papa, but no, he says, I have to play for myself here. Goes around the outskirts, reading this perfectly, but he is running low on material. There's another elimination. It falls through, so the points will be his. And he's on the hunt. He's like, where is that solo?
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out where he's going to get even more siphon. But it's not so much for the heals as it is the material, because he's running dry. Cammy, Seti, they don't got the high ground yet, but they're going around the outskirts, trying to bypass a lot of the teams, recycle some of those builds. And if you look at them, they're going towards the front side of the zone. With Thomas down, that leaves the pressure of Malabuka, of the entire duo, on his shoulders. But he's another one of those mechanically skilled players that sometimes when you lose your duo, that gives you freedom to go ahead and move around, make moves you wouldn't normally make if your duo was still alive.
Regarded as one of EU's greatest. On high ground, though, it's Axe Force. On low ground, it's Malabuka. It's Peterbot on the mid. Peterbot still up, looking for the fight. Jumped into a box. He's playing spoiler. Was that Cammy there he takes out? Potentially in the exchange, in the full finish too. Peterbot has shut down Cammy's dream and hopes of making it far, but but Seti is still up. Once again to left to clutch. Malibuca turns things around here, goes for height, even though he's by himself. What is happening right now?
We saw Axe Force by himself on height. Malibuca's taking a page out of that playbook, but he instantly drops down low into the mud, trying to go ahead and survive as a solo, and he gets to the front side of zone yet again. Now this is his chance to look back, but a whole different page. Also a solo, but less heals, less materials to work with. Peterbot is continuously on the hunt and finds a monster of a shot onto Acorn. Even though he's not going to get the spoils of all that he's done, at least there's another heavy hitter out.
But Cold wasn't happy with that. He tries to hunt him down. Peterbot is on a slither of HP. Barely anything to Siphon finally comes through, and now he's in a well-fighting position. Meanwhile, Malibuca still doing it. This is the game of solos right now, and there is just a single duo in here, potentially. It is Cooper and of course Miro there on the front, but Malibuca's got work cut out for him.
3 solos left in the game. One of them is going to be Malibuca, continuously dropping down low. He's letting all those players above him fight it out for him to try to survive. But Cooper and Miro are ready to end that run. They get into the box, and they send Malibuca back down to the lobby.
Ja. Aló, aló, ¿me escuchas? Puta, qué asco. ¿Cómo se daña? Ya, pues confirmo, entra. Yo estoy viendo el torneo. Ahí pinciés. Mande. Pero a ver, pensé que iba a entrar a jugar. Yo ya no tengo casi weed. Tengo, tengo apenas un weedito, no avanza nada casi ahí, creo. Tengo que sacar. Se me acabó la wincha, que ver. Yo me desperté, mija, te dije, vamos, vamos, sin nada. Yo solo quería acabar 2 partidas, hacer el escaque y ya, y vos te duermes. Segunda jama, me dices, y dices que sí, que no, que ya, ya nada, que más luego. Por eso me dijiste, pues que ya nada ahí también. A ver, cabeza de mazo que te emputes. ¿Cuándo? Solo estaba transmitiendo, mija. Sí, vi, sí. Después, no, mija, mira, verás, hasta Candy vi, yo vi. De ahí me has puesto, ¿te vas a hacer la china o vas a contestar? Solo eso, mija, no leí. Yo te dije que de una, te dije. Que solo acabo unas partidas y ya acabé y tú ya has ido a la casa, Candy. Bien, pero bien, Candy. Habla. Pues bien, Candy, ese sí se merece que le digan Candy. Habla. Déjame ver. Oh, que me emputa que se me salga del Fornais, qué puta pasa. Toca verga. No sé si toca formatear vuelta a la PC, me.
Lampert, ¿por qué?
No sé, se me sale del Fortnite. ¡Au, gato cabrón! ¡Suéltame allá! Hoy me metió la galla este cabrón.
Ay, ya, mija.
Tan hijo de
Ay,
perra.
mija, estoy con más jama, cabrón.
Vos solo pensando en comer cabeza de mazo, ¿sí ves?
Ahorita, ahorita.
Hija, ¿sabes lo que debes hacer? Es comprarte algún snack, dijo mi sobrina. Alguna Y estarte comiendo mientras fumas, vergo. Si no va a estar todo el rato así.
¿Alguna qué?
Alguna golosina, mija.
No, mija, nada, pero mejor como cosas así medio saludables. Del...
Yo digo, mija, come el desayuno y te compras alguna cosa, mija. Yo que sé, te haces un café o algo. Algún pan o algo, ¿verdad? Y mija, ya cuando toque el almuerzo, a eso me refiero. Como una golosina, a eso me refiero, golosina. Así algún café, cosas así.
Ese loco, goloso.
Entra cabeza de pene ya.
Goloso, ¿te gusta el goloso? ¿Te gusta?
El mío.
¿Te
Entra
gusta
rápido, Candy. Candy
¿Te gusta
B.
el goloso? Oh, está chato, mijala.
¿De qué?
El nuevo álbum de Bad Bunny.
Y sigue. Bueno, yo no sé. No he escuchado casi ninguna música.
No me escuchas.
No, me da pereza, te juro, y si quiero.
Ya, mija, vacila, únete.
Cabeza de pene. ¿Cuánto que te digo? Vamos 2 versus 2, pis 4 para hacer el
Van de una al dos.
¡Ese loco!
Yo soy de una. No mentiré, ya vamos a jugar un
Esta
rato.
psicópata, después te duermen ahí, verás.
Vos mismo. Esta psicópata dice. Oh, ese Jumpy Candy no entra.
Sí, vale, verga ese caramelo. Han salido full skins de Halloween.
¿Dónde?
Estarás atento si no vaya a ser que se meta algún caramelo.
¿A dónde vamos nosotros?
Vamos al rojo, creo que, si no estoy mal. Un equipo. Ya, pues, métete
Al rojo, ven.
Es que a veces tocan caramelo.
Por eso digo, van de una al dos. Y aguanto de una, bro, tranquilo. Ni les toqué, ya veía. Mira, estos Candy B. Creo que a uno.
What? Mija, le bugueaste.
136 a 1.
¿Cómo se puede bailar ese baile?
Como le falla el escopetazo. Encerrados, ya ves mío. Muerto uno. Mande. Yo también siento eso, mija. La darme al otro. Qué ratas, hijo de puta.
Que nos cambie de partida.
Oh, el Jumpy está tomando en la casa.
¿El man?
Sí, está con el Josué y esos manes. Con el Adrián. Ahorita justo vi una historia que subieron. Va, trajo de una. Ah, mira lo que les estoy haciendo. Ahora bien, pedazo de verga. Ya me porté liso. 145-1. Dale, mío. No, ya, ve. Ya, mío. Los dos están white.
Casi me mata.
A mí también casi me duerme. Me durmieron, cabrón, hice vergas. Ponte pilas, ya le craqué a uno. Cuidado, vengan por arriba, eso es loco. Dale, mija, le duermes. No, te aporrió. Ahorita sí lo hijo de puta. ¡No! ¡Hago vergas! Te juro que hago vergas. Le edito la pared y le disparo a la ventana y él le rompo la pared para que me dé el escopetazo en toda la trompa. Mija. No, llave, no. $119 en la mocha, 119 en la mocha. Muerto uno.
Sigue.
¡Eh! No, ya, no. No me dejó de curarme el hijo de puta. Me quedas cubierto arriba, cuidado, yo le bajé 100, Me va a rematar. Maricón de verga. Oh, primera vez que muero. A espectear así. Picasso, mija, Picasso. No. Estaba Picasso el perro ese. Picasso. Estaba por abajo, cuidado. Está aquí, se está curando, pescadito, está esperándote. Mini, te está esperando. Buenísima, le culeaste. Le duerme al pico el Candy B. Y que tú eres sicario.
Ay, me estoy poniendo psicópata.
Ay. Vamos, Candy, el rojo.
Mande, bro.
Me bailó la perra.
Ya no hay Pati, ni bicho, ni Prada. Mate. Es por el retrovisor. No, espía la perra sucia. No. ¡No! ¡Hago vergas! Qué asco, mijo, te juro, cómo le regalo esa kill. Y no deje nada. Me dieron un fracaso. Estaba buscando ese de la risa, pero creo que no tengo. Tranquilo, ya ahorita les dormimos. Atiéndele, bro. Le duermes a pico,
Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
¡Qué chueco! Cuidado, te está esperando la perra. Le violas, no. Ya no puedo ver. No. Justo dejé de ver y ya te durmió. Qué asco, men, ese man como se ríe como perra. Ah, le culié, mija, le culié, no le di chance de hacerme nada. Ja. Ni me tocó, mija, en el último. Voy a orinar, voy a orinar.
Ya, de one.
Llave, llave, llave.
Habla.
Aguanta, voy a comer, sí que 10 minutos y ya vengo.
¿Qué?
Aquí abajo mismo. Solo voy a bajar a comer.
Sexo. ¿Aló?
¿Qué más, Lolo?
¿Aló qué? Se matan al Joseph, bro, se matan al Joseph. Mataron al Joseph. Deja buscar juegos para ver TV Games. Ahí empezó la otra partida, Dax, del torneo.
Deja ver, ya voy a ver. Casi entro partido. Ya entro, ok.
Hubo un match. Ah, sí, el otro, ya. Sí, el otro de Forest, el nuevo. ¿Es jugar ese?
The grand finals mean so much.
Déjame ver. Esa, 13 gigas.
For NA
Sí,
now,
no.
gets put up a little bit of numbers.
A lot of NA representation so far to start things off with these but map Crew Harbor section is going to belong to and definitely got to be feeling really good about that, especially when you consider in started almost looked as though Giannis and Rizzo were going to get the better end of things, but Ari
Este sí tiene full mejores gráficos, Dax. ¿Dónde?
Playing so well right now.
Simón.
Mira's won 4 of his 5 FNCS titles without securing a single win. He has been Mr. Consistent. He's done solo. He's lost his teammate, but I think he's found his counterpart. Major. They could have been
Voy a poner esto como una opción. Vamos a ver, voy a seguir buscando más cosas. Mija, Backrooms, juguemos eso. Simón. Sí sabes que son los Backrooms, ¿verdad? Esos cuartos amarillos que se comienzan a multiplicar y así, o sea, son largos esos cuartos. Son unos monstruos. Voy a escribir por Mediafire. Esa 5G se me demora 10 minutos. 9, 8. 9, 8 minutos me demora. ¿Qué te pasa, vos? Aquí todo el canal este de todo. Vas a morir, Jan. Cógelos. Póntelos, ¿cómo se llama? Casi moriste. Pero ya hablándote al pasado, creo que porque está full atrasado tu directo. Qué verga. Ya hablándole al pasado.
With his duo, so Paper Muzz definitely reconsidering exactly how aggressively they want to approach this, especially given Paper's loadout. They might need this refresh monster because it'd be nice to have some extra materials this early on.
Yeah, Paper just uncertain, making the call. Hey, is there someone up there? I'm not sure. That slows everything down now. Muzz tries to scout for the information, but doesn't find anything from it. That right there will tell them, okay, Geras and Shari on the run. There was no one there. Little pump fake is gonna save them. Now Foyo. We saw Moneymaker chasing large specs, but look at that. Michael Boston now, they run right into the solid wall that is Sphinx and Foyo already. A team that is taking the out.
Moneymaker though won't be able to find a shot just yet. Cancel that. Seems as though a little pause here now, but I'm debating which augment he wants to select. Maybe if he can find this is circumstance. Boya might run in to finish. But Moneymaker had started. Warped's not too far off from where his little skirmish is taking place.
It looks like Sphinx turned around and
finally managed to
with
cut
an
him off.
immediate headshot. Yeah, immediate headshot right at Sphinx. Sphinx finds elimination. Takes him out.
Curious place to be though. May or may not be in their favor.
I think they believe there might be a regroup. Holding out. Zagu and Peppo are clearly so Misha and Tini. Cheeky smile on his face right here. He's really cooking something up.
Yeah, bro is looking devious. I mean, he got the fingers crossed. He is up here. But right now, they've got a different nature of attack. One that's a little bit more towards leading the charge, so to say. Stilts.
Girl, you flying.
See quite a few teams sort of map, just trying to not investing into a full aerial view of the lobby.
Definitely that information. Right now, trying to get situated. The weapons, cash for the team. Visha, the ambush finally pays off. They catch Peppo out in the open and then come on in with a rocket ram. What a way to start this one off. Very explosive, very aggressive. Visha taking a wall.
Andy. Todos los se unen, bot.
Andy. Entra, rápido para hacer el serio.
No estoy jugando.
Ya, pues que me dejamos hacer escándalo, no tienes derecho a entrar.
¿Qué dices?
Ya, Candy, el Dax. Dax, tanto que jode y no hablo. Hijo de puta. Dax.
Está pegando una pared.
Dax, deja el forro, te he dicho. No sabes como el otro, el de abajo que está todo.
Se murió de caída el like.
No sabes como el Joseph, solo fumando. Ya, pues Joseph.
Ese no está aquí.
¿Quién es? Ese es Luis. O sea, ese es Joseph. O es de Luis.
Por eso, es el Luis, pero yo... Ah, no, es el Joseph. Es el
Por eso. ¿Por qué? Ok, ese es el Dax. Ahí está el Dax. Dice el Ángelo que te caes. ¡Cae! Ah, cae. Cae Dax. Ven, Dax. Te aporre y Viegas, verás. Confirma. Dax, ¿vienes o qué? Eso no. Qué asco de marica. Apenas está jugando ya cada rato. Para verte la jeta, mamada, que no te he visto todo este mes. Ah. No te veo. ¿En dónde veo?
Ahí te sale en el perfil del DAX. Mira, ahí te sale aquí en el disco.
Me sale, así. ¿Qué te Juan? Bueno, en directo. En YouTube. ¿Por qué pones ese Messi el domingo?
Se jugó la partida. Aquí sí. El torneo está a la mitad. ¿Cuántas partidas son? ¿7 del torneo?
¿Hay un torneo?
Sí, hay el torneo de la
No, el torneo de la FNC son 7, ¿verdad, Jan?
¿Qué? Para... Ah, por eso, de ellos.
Faltan...
Eso es de ellos,
Por eso.
sí, yo sé.
Es la final, pues. Hijo de puta, mero, y Cooper va primerito. Hijo de puta, mero. Qué asco, oye. Como no clasifica aquí, no.
Qué verga, man.
Ahí ganó Mr. Savage.
A Simón. Quedan 2 partidas, man. Va a ganar Cooper primero. Sush.
Buga va 38, mija 46 puntos en 4 partidas. Hijo de puta. Mr. Savage va 28. Malibuca y Thomas HD 27. Pasa Peter Bot. Oye, Peter Bot, ¿no pasó o qué? Ah, no, sí está. Confiados. Dax, invita, Dax.
Lo hicieron mierda.
Está retrasadísimo, tuviera que... Póngale con IA, se habla bien.
El directo del Jan está retrasado. 10 segundos, creo.
Este hijo de puta no me invita.
Dale, dale.
Ya, pues da que ese cañón habla bien, ¿no? Ya, ¿le crees que hace? Dale, cae.
Eso fue hace rato, ¿verdad? ¿Qué habrá hecho ya ahorita?
¿Qué te votó? Me invita, pues mamá de verga. Ahí sí, cabrón. Hey. Dax, eres bien grande la plan. Ya te culiaron, Dax. Ya, dale, cara. Ya salte, ya. A jugar.
Me descargo esa cosa que quiero que hable.
Vese cómo edita. Vese loco. Vese Dax. Mucho ese Dax, viejo. Está loco.
Mataron a Buga.
No, mi hija, Buga está jugando de la verga.
Cabrón.
Ayer me dijo que los servidores estaban de la verga.
¿Qué jugar?
Puede ser. Esos graficazos que tiene el Fornais, mija, ahorita. Con el rendimiento.
Ahí vamos, 1 versus 1, ¿qué es?
Estoy jugando una cosita de miedo, brother.
Más fácil, dice mamá verga.
This competition still standing strong. Miro and Cooper, we get to touch base with them. This hasn't changed for them. Miro and Cooper
Es hizo belga, brother.
Ya. Ahí llegó. No sé cómo lo que
Oh, caramelo. Va, Candy.
Mande. Adrián.
Pausing only for a moment. Play regroup needed. Nutty though taking a massive shot to shield arc correct. Some well played shots there.
Ay, qué cosa tan mierda.
calling the global championship early. It just might come down to right now. Their closest competition.
No se suspenda.
Chance now to tournament run alive, but the trophy is so close.
Maintaining easily one of the most difficult aspects of being inside this sort of situation here.
Ya, verdad.
Me lo va.
No, no, vale, estúpido. Ay, me bajó vida, ¿qué más?
Un micrófono. ¿Eres streamer, Juan?
Sí. Ah.
Ya curas aquí el día.
3.
Yo también una en la mañana, los fines de semana.
A ver qué.
Quita la casa de la Emily, de la casa de la Emily, una papelería de
Dead. 200. Dead.
¿En qué moto?
Bien.
Abajo.
malo,
No te moriste, no.
No, la factoría está dañada. Está mucho trabajo.
Oh, ¿dónde estás?
Aquí, jugar.
¿Qué carajo, no?
No.
Ah, un verdadero para
¿Dónde?
No, brother.
7.
Ahí están.
Gracias.
¿Dónde?
Aguanta, voy
Yo te hago más, mija, con el dedo.
Yo también hago más, pero ahorita está mal.
¿Qué pasa?
Chico de gamers, maldito pajero que les gusta ese tema.
Sí, no. Espérate.
Literal, solo por mero ego.
No llego más. No llego a 200, mijo. Espérate. Con el dedo conmigo, de verdad.
shots coming again. This time head
Hey, no,
for
man,
a little bit. And it is looking
Puta.
very, very dangerous here. Bryson Chubbs are still standing faithful. Still in this as well.
Decent discipline.
Puta.
Any further. He knew that
Me hago masajes en el cuello, a ver.
Jumpy.
backup. They don't want to necessarily force third
Me hago masajes. ¿Eso qué es, mi hijo?
actually
Un gato,
Jumpy.
ve. Verga, mi dragón no. Cuidado.
in the elimination process.
Jumpy.
Espera, Tico. Va a jugar.
Caramelo.
We'll see if he ends up going for the move, but Vico and Pink have a lot to do, a lot of work to put in right now, and a long rotate to make here.
Todo sigo sin saber qué es esa cosa, ese palo de ahí.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué tal? Voy a jugar el bro de la Star Game. Si me mira, ese soy yo. Regan. Date quieta.
Good block there, keeps him up for a moment. Now,
Uy.
for the refresh, it's Seti here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as dual meets with them.
Ah, yo estoy jugando para probar. 16-60. Despuésito. 22. Que no se trabe. De vez en cuando.
¿Cuál lo sabes editar? Puedes editar un video de nosotros de la campaña.
5 dots.
$5.
5 latas. Cada uno.
5 por cada. ¡Confirma llave!
No,
¡Confirma!
Está haciendo las huevas.
puta.
Oye, ¿qué candy no está jugando?
Qué miedo, loco.
Mira la transmisión.
Backrooms. No,
Mira la
mierda.
transmisión. ¿Cómo se edita?
Oye, y el Jumpy ya se fue.
Encontrar la salida.
Jan, Jan.
Es el caramelo ese.
Puta.
Estaba jugando con él y de la nada dejó de hablar.
Pero no está en el Discord.
Por eso se fue, creo, se le fue el Inter.
En realidad, ¿para qué es esto? O sea, pero vos solo lo conseguiste solo para eso. ¿Quién pregunta? Vergas, no mentira. Oye, ¿va a hacer jugar o no?
Sí, caramelo, sí entra.
Muévete, pues, ¿qué quieres jugar? Así me voy a dormir.
Vacila.
Así me voy a dormir, ya, ve.
Qué asco.
Dele. Ya, Tony, sí, Tony. ¿Qué jugamos?
Venga, saco la quina y vamos al ropo.
¿Vas a sacar?
Ya no hay chance, pero.
¿A qué hora? ¿A qué hora? A ver, dime. Dígame, dígame. ¿Vamos a jugar, mija, esto o no?
Clasificatoria, sí.
Ay, Paula, me
Eso sí se nota.
Mande, bro.
Estoy cantando, papi, estoy cantando. Dale listo. Ah, no, yo de falta de listo. Qué verga.
¿Qué pasa, papi? Te duerme.
¿Te gusta
Wow.
eso? Sí se nota. ¿Cómo se llama esa canción? Mira que mi... ¿Cómo era? ¿Cómo era? Mira que mi efecto te hace loca. Creo que era así. Creo que era regresa, mami. O...
Afuera nublado, me siento atrapado porque tú no estás aquí. Baby, yo te extraño los besos que tanto tú me los dabas a mí. Mi cama te extraña, tu cuerpo de diabla. Es cierto que te extraño y cuando hacíamos el amor entre bebidas y besos junto a la playa perfecto y cuando deseas te quiero entre fotos y videos solo quedan los recuerdos de un amor que era perfecto y yo te quiero decir que no era para ti ni tú para mí. Éramos un team y ahora me encuentro infeliz porque yo sin ti no puedo vivir. Regresa mami. ¿Tú vas a poner psicópata? No te portes psicópata. Cuidado con dormirte, pero jugando, cuidado. Ay, ¿qué notas? ¿Por qué se escucha así? ¿Dónde quedamos? Tostado, mija. Me está estorbando full ese sonido de la verga. Ya le callé, mija, no puedo. Ya vale. Todo lo bajé el volumen yo recién. Ahorita deja caer y le subo de nuevo. Estoy contigo ahorita, que tengo arma. Le gusta mojarse la ropa, quitarse, hacerlo así enfrente de mí. Botellas de... Es cierto que te extraño y cuando hacíamos el amor, ¿cómo olvidarme de eso? Entre bebidas y besos junto a la playa perfecta. Bailamos como si no hay mañana. Cuidado, llave. Le craqué, llave, le craqué.
El baile no fue bastante. Nervioso porque sí me gustaste.
92-1.
La música estaba muy fuerte, no pude escucharte.
Llave, cuidado, amores.
Uno para afuera hay que darle. No nos conocemos, pero todos son lo importante.
Verga, man.
Te vi de lejos, no comparabas con las otras. Hay que hacer recuerdos.
Mija, esa escopeta no me coló, llave. Te juro, mija, la plena fue la escopeta. O sea, les bajaba 90, pero no, el sonido no se acostumbraba.
Empecé a conectar. Creo que también te anda gustando mi vibra. De las ganas no nos pudimos aguantar.
Caramelo. Oye, caramelo. Se nublará.
Te gustó eso, sí se nota. Mire, mi efecto te hace loca. Hay que hacer memorias porque la vida es muy corta. Contigo
Sí se me antoja.
¿Qué fue, varón? Estás dañada y querías más. Sacamos los botes, empecé a conectar.
Como tú y tú eras mía.
Ya, pues, Jan.
Mija,
¡Sin
vacila.
parar! ¿Qué pasó, Lolo?
Mija, ya vuelve a ser Joseph, mija, no tiene nada que hacer.
No, mija, vacila, ya te dije. Ay, ¿qué más, mija? ¿Ya votaste?
Aún no voto.
Vale,
Votar más
verga,
tarde.
bro.
Votar más
Avisa,
tarde.
¿dónde votas? ¿Dónde votas? ¿Dónde votas?
En la Pedro. Wow.
Creo que yo también voto ahí.
No se irían a votar.
No, yo todavía no.
Y ya.
Ya se fue. Mande. Yo sí voté, pero aún no voto. Hasta ahorita aún no voto. Aquí en la Pedro. ¿A dónde? ¿Dónde vamos?
Yo estoy jugando el backroom.
Si al llegar no tengo con quién compartir. Que no la perdimos, me aviso. Ya no tengo que mandar estos TikToks.
Hay que poner todo en high. Todo en lo máximo, bro.
Porque ser mejor es muy fácil. ¿Y para qué iba a volver a buscarme si no echo de menos lo que hay por aquí?
La misma mierda. Ah. Verga, puta madre.
Buenísima llave.
Y me puso triste pensar que ya no, y que hay otro que ahora ocupa mi lugar. Por lo
Por
menos
acá.
ahora no te piden fotos entrando en el cine o en el restaurante.
Dele, que estás por aquí looteando.
50 vale.
Yo estoy sacando más.
Eso te sacas ahí en el mall. Te encanta.
¿Qué cosa?
No, acá con mis panas acá. Yo me iba a sacar el huevo mío.
Mira llave.
El hueve.
42, 42. Mija, ayuda. Cuidado que no me mate, papi. Me abrí, mija, me fui corriendo de ahí, estoy sin vida.
La verga.
Mija, te juro, llave, me fui corriendo. Espera, que no, es que estoy con 4 de vida, llave, no tengo que curarme. Ábrete de ahí. Ven acá, hay 40 de esos. Hay 3 barriles para romper, mija, corre. ¿O no vas a venir? Para romper yo.
Puta.
Mueve, llave, mueve. O le duermes.
Sí.
¿Le dormiste?
Ese que te voy a decir. Ese sí.
Mija, voy a romper y voy a ayudarte.
Está arriba, mi hermana, todo que está aquí en el Looney Tunes. Yo hice el pato. Además, es mi hermano.
Pizza, ven, cabeza de
Verga, vi una buena enterita, no me jodas.
ven, cabeza de mimas.
Ah, yo sé que ya no están jugando.
Estoy comiendo cabeza de
Pero
mi
también.
master.
Está acá abajo, está acá abajo.
Pero no sé, mija. Yo estaba trabajando eso, pero... No sé si le están pagando. Y dime, bro, yo no estoy enterado de nada del SAP. Verga, no sé cómo salir de aquí.
¿Es que estás jugando algo tú, Joseph, ahorita?
Ah.
Oye.
Esa blanca.
No escuches
Puta.
esa verga.
¿Para qué se escapa? Escape. Sí.
¿Qué estás jugando, Joseph? Oye, mija, hay gente acá, hay gente acá, hay gente acá.
Mija, ¿sobró pizza arriba o no?
No, me comí el último pedazo. Me están apuntando con algo.
Ah, de ley.
Mija, ¿qué? No sé.
Yo tengo,
Sí, me
yo
acuerdo.
sé. Te dije que me estaban apuntando con algo.
Y ahorita... No, sí, ahí mismo estás, porque me acabé de llegar.
Los dos están con Franco.
28-1, 28-1, 28-1. ¿Qué tiene un fracaso o qué?
Ande.
No me estoy yendo ya, ve.
Ah, sí, no hay internet. Pongo unas músicas durísimas cuando estoy en la noche solito.
Pues la verga, ese sí viste cómo nos quiso franquear.
Antes de puto verga, está como botada, como un año ahí, no tampoco. La tele, si fuera mía, te vendía. De mi abuelo. Ah, verga, cierto, aquí se hace esto. Vale. 1, 6, 3, 1, 9, 4,
Vi a alguien
7, 2.
volando, ya ve.
2, 7, 4, 9. Puta, espera. Esto se tiene atrás. Asterisco, asterisco, asterisco. Después. Ahorita no me urge, bro. Vamos a hacer solo 1, 3, 6, 1, 9, 7, 6, 1, 9, 7.
Lleva, bro, tómate.
6, 1, 9. Puta. Ingeniería en sistemas. Okay. A ver, 6, 1, 7, no es. 1, 6, 6, 3, 1. Anden. 3, 2. Vamos, 3, 2, 4, 1. 3, 2, 4, 1. 3, 2, 4, puto. 7, 9, 1, 6, 7, 9, 1, 6. 7, 9, 1, 6. 7, 9, 1, 6.
No, que soy Gil. Cogí mal una habilidad.
Recién se dio cuenta.
Qué asco.
Asterisco, 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 asterisco. ¿Por qué significa esta mierda,
Este
bro?
man está pidiendo verga durísimo, papi. A cada rato dice que quiere poner el asterisco, papi. ¿Qué está pasando? Ay, mija. Tengo una escopeta de la verga, de la verga.
¿Dónde les dije?
Tengo una... Esa gris, mija. Que tiene 6 balas.
¿Qué? 2, 7, 4, 9, 3, 1, 1, 6. Ay, 1, 1. 6, 6, 3. O sea, lleva. Los primeros días sí estaba bien. Luego ya me acostumbré. 6, 3, 4, 9, 7, 2, 9. Entonces no hay. ¿Ves? No, verga, estoy en 3 días.
Mija, vamos a esa cosa.
¿Dónde está amarillo?
Dorada de... Puta, tan lejos. Llegamos a la morada, así que...
Puta, no puedo salir. Escudón. No, la sábana.
Voy a llevarme la pizza en vez de eso, mija.
Sí, corre, caramelo, corre.
El piso. Ah, es que me da pereza. Ya está limpiando.
Llega pronto.
Pero por ahí hay una media, ¿no?
Con la que me hago la paja, Didi.
¿Todo?
Mira, hay gente. 62-1, 62-1, crack 1. Está casi muerto, llave. Yo también.
Casero.
Llave, me cayeron los dos, llave. Les duermes.
Picasso.
Aquí está uno, bro. Me remató. Te voy a curar con la pizza, tiene pizza.
Más 5. No, pues.
Dale, llave, se está curando por ahí durísimo, bro.
Primero es el 6.
No, bro, cuidado. Coge, mira, sorbete, de ley salió un sorbete, mira, sí que salió un sorbete.
7. Mande.
Cuidado, francazo, llave.
Ya nada.
3, 1.
Ya nada,
1. Demasiado. Se viene el puzzle. Sí.
Puerco este, cómo se pone el sorbete para morir.
Ahí,
Desgraciado.
Esa matanga. Uy, brother, no, qué miedo.
Desgraciado. Anda, corre, revivir mija en la...
Bueno, solito yo, pero ellos, el stream está jugando el Jan y el Joseph.
En la escobita.
¿La escoba dónde está?
Pero me mataron, eso.
Pero la puta linterna.
La madre, huevón, cógete la perra.
Ahí ya tengo.
Dale, llave, dale, esa es.
Open chat, crunch inventory, flashlight, live.
Joseph, ¿puedes poner una música, porfa? Ya estamos llegando a la partida, al final. Estamos llegando al final de la partida.
Por aquí.
¿Dónde es que estaba el loot, llave?
Ver que se Joseph le pasa, le gusta hacer tarjeta, wey.
Le gusta
que Joseph, bro. Idea. Shit, me maría, fue feo, weón. No. Esperen de Jan. Te veo yo. Pero no se dejan ver quién
¿Quieres que
más.
active mi cámara?
Vamos a ver tu cámara.
Estoy bien guapo, verás.
Solo yo te estoy viendo. Una persona mirando
Sí,
ahora.
antes estaban
Solo
viendo
yo estoy viendo.
3. Quería que sigan viendo los 3.
Bueno, con el Civic en el stream que hiciste, no sé dónde te fuiste, amiga, estaban viendo más gente.
Es que...
Bueno.
Ah, me
¿A
fui
dónde
a
verga
votar.
te fuiste, Dax?
Me fui a votar.
¿A votar? Yo no voto. No la pena seguir, Mike. Ahí después.
Oye, ya ve. Cuidado, Dead, cuidado, Dead.
Estoy sin gente, que me disparó sin querer.
Pues después digo a votar, brother.
No me balas, bro, porfa.
Ya.
Carga la puta madre.
Puse bien ni verga, pero
Estaba enfermo, brother. Estaba enfermo, no podía.
Venme caramelo, balas, ¿de qué quieres?
Escucha, ¿cómo es? Por aquí no, por aquí no. Aquí
De
se lo
fusil
ascensor.
también.
Ah, por aquí ya
Eso,
vine.
gracias, bro.
Después.
Ahí está todo bien.
Se acaba a las 5. Son las 1 y 29.
Está mucho de escopeta, me dice. ¿Qué tienes? ¿Full de escopeta?
Sí.
Verga, mi cámara se ve opaca. Mira, hay full gente volando.
No
hijo de
les veo.
puta!
No le veo a ningún cabrón volando.
¿Qué otra con qué colita, papi? El bicho afuera, brother. Está el bicho afuera.
Hey, yo, which por check.
Hicieron la bandera.
Vamos, mija, a robarles la bandera.
O sea, entra, hija.
Mija, nosotros somos más. ¿O les tienes miedo?
Mija, que yo tengo miedo de que subamos y nos hagan verga en el aire, no.
Tranquilos. Ay, está bajando uno, está bajando dos. Vera, se me perdió la vista. Les vi a dos.
Allí, una grieta, vamos.
Creo que eso sí era de mi pelada nomás.
Mueve llave.
Muy apretado.
Hay alguien volando.
Sí.
Está solo,
¿Dónde, dónde?
Está solo. No, sí está
Ese carro, mira.
¿Quién compró el lubricante? Ah, yo compraba, ¿cómo?
Está solo.
Dale, sabes. Desde la vieja escuela. Dime.
Qué verga, llave.
Sí, duele bastante. Estaba la puta. Otro level. La luz. ¡Qué hijo de puta! Hacen. No, verga. Voy a dejar en mi casa.
26 creo que uno.
Prueba de traje. No sé, brother, pero ya me acostumbro a estar en mi cuarto. Una rata. Puta en la semana.
Mija, ven, ayúdame.
Verga, ñaño. No sé cómo salir de aquí. ¡Muero!
Mija, ayúdame. Está 1 HP, dale, buenísima, bro, buenísima.
Está dibujado ahí. Sí. Muere. Puta lo que faltaba.
No, bro, cuidado, cuidado. Ven, toma una pizza. Bota, cómete la pizza.
Oh, verga, salgo de aquí.
Me
Ya me
boto.
canso.
No, ya ve.
Joder, mijo, yo le maté, ¿qué hago?
Oh, Dax, no.
Yo le maté, cabrón. Caramelo, ¿cómo te le mueres?
Se murió ese Candy también. En la tormenta. Te fuiste como Nori abajo si tenía chance de
Perdón, mi
curar.
pelada.
Oye, ¿te saliste o no?
Llévala a comer en Cuenca, en el centro, mi.
Dale, dale.
Me haya gastado unos $60 en esa comida. Comer en el centro de Cuenca, en esa verga de...
Qué asco, men, se
Es
ve
carísimo esa nota.
oscuro.
Sí subió bastante ese Dice B. Pero rojo. ¿Qué dice que es? Que da las vueltas. Ah.
Es que sí, se kills.
Sí nos hemos subido.
Qué asco, men, si hubiese subido más. Le hubiese curado el caramelo este de Joseph.
Aunque parezca broma, pero ese tutufrado también es caro.
Sí, mija.
Mija, estoy pensando dónde verga ponerlo. No lo voy a poner en cualquier nota. En esa le pusiera en la computadora, pero no tiene la partita de acá, en los vidrios. Estoy esperando a que a comprarme otra y ponerla ahí. ¿No? Los coolers, los case. Claro, también. ¿Ese? No. Es 60 ya lo ¿sí? ¿Qué pasó? 5 de décima. O 5 décima.
Confirma.
M.2 y 2 HDD.
¿Dónde, bro? ¿Dónde?
Simón, 2 enteras.
Jan,
500.
bótate, Jan.
Sí.
Oye, qué
Casi está
asco,
lleno.
Jan.
¿Qué puso acá? Al Fornais release. Ah, aquí tengo el Fornais antiguo, ojo esa verga. ¿Dónde está?
Jan, ¿dónde está? Jan.
¿Cómo va a estar? No.
Hey yo, wish for check.
Hey yo.
Oye, Jan, ¿caes conmigo o no? ¿Caes conmigo o no?
¿Dónde está?
Estoy cerca.
¿Caes conmigo o no? ¿Caes conmigo o no? Cuidado, Dead.
Primero comprarme la otra pantalla, brother.
Me puse un... Verga, que soy salado. Me pongo escudo y me encuentro minis.
Sí pasa.
El Razer Human Mini.
Y encontré otro de 50.
Mini, brother.
Ven, ya, ven.
130. Bueno, el Draconi creo que es. Ese también tiene. Es buenazo. Ya, quiero jugar. A jugar verga. Ahí está.
Solo, botemos. Crack.
103. Ah, ya está. Vamos a jugar. Yo tengo el Razer Hyper 2.0. Ah, sí.
Hay más gente acá, bro.
Eso de aquí, me regaló mi Jan. Más, pero me regaló el Jan. Yo tenía uno chiquitito.
Te viene más gente, mija. Remátala aquí.
No puedo ir,
Bichi.
man.
Mija, yo tengo granadas.
Tenía uno negro, largote, ¿verdad?
No puedo irme, cabrón, no tenía nada para irme.
¿Cómo que para?
Perra de ellos, siquiera.
Ese otro no me dejó matarle, sí.
Verga, hermano.
Ah.
Han sido sus manos, mija.
¿Qué? ¿Murieron?
Sí,
Les-
qué asco.
¿Qué? ¿Contra el
No.
uno?
Que fuera.
Sí, o sea, ya le curo y ya mi hija está en leer.
Que
Lo
no
único
usa
que
la
le
tele de
pasó al
monitor.
ladito y
Sí, lo usaba.
ahorita la ve.
Ay.
Pero sí, verga, se murió ese Daxo.
Qué asco. ¿Y si o no lo viste la kill que hice ahí?
Algún día. Puta la madre.
Roliño, ¿puedes
Vete
poner
a la verga.
música? Lolo,
¿Qué pasó?
pon una música.
¿Qué?
Pon una rola.
No es cierto, bro.
Verga, quiero una
¿Ande,
canción.
Dax?
Pon una música, digo.
Ah, güey. Voy. Vean los comandos de este. Dax, ¿cómo era el comando?
Slash
Fly.
play. Sí, slash play.
Voy. Pero creo que es la última partida, men. Va a ver la partida.
De Fortnite.
Con la última partida del FNCS. Ya son las dos. Ya es casi las dos. Que para gustarte yo tengo la táctica, tengo la pinta y la nave galáctica.
Jamás.
¿Cómo dijiste ya para poner música?
Pones slash. Esa rayita
Ya.
vertical, play. Y ahí pones. Voy a poner un hitcito. Con todo respeto, brothers. Para un hit, ya.
Entonces, ¿qué? Entonces, ¿qué?
¿Qué se puso, brother? ¿Qué notas?
Un anuncio, creo.
Ay, puto, ya, esa música me partió los tímpanos. ¿A dónde, bro?
Vámonos a.
Pero señala.
Mira, sí cae gente. Cae solo uno. Caigámosle igual, caigámosle igual. Es solo uno.
¿Dónde, dónde?
Ya cae, ya cae. Cuidado, por.
Es que uno contra uno. Trulex versus Kami. ¿Cuál es el otro? ¿Qué otro? ¿Qué otro? Y Seti. Ganó Trulex. Ganó Miro y Cooper, brother. Son los ganadores de la Champions.
Ya, mijo, vacila.
¿En serio?
Simón, Miro y Cooper.
Y Buga, ¿cómo quedaron esos manos?
Sus manes, ¿dónde quedarían?
Mija, cola un mini. Me salieron minis, Candy.
Caramelo, está uno aquí. Casi le meto un francazo a uno, man.
Craqueado uno aquí abajo, 85. Mija, no, qué asco, no se me construye.
Esa escopeta no quita ni verga, man.
¿Yo qué?
57, 34, no sé.
Oye, a ese otro man le metí 85, mija, y se fue corriendo como rata. Y ahora ya, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos? Estamos valiendo mucho choset.
¿Nombro? Puta, lo que faltaba.
O te mueres,
¿Yo
no
qué?
comes caramelo.
Vos mismo, ya ve.
Pero Spider-Man, tú, me.
Come verga, sí. Sí casi le mato a ese de ahí, del F-100. Solo que esa perra gata me cola en todo. El man hizo esas 2 kills. Se portó pilas.
Did you forget? Do it for life. Chicago that time. My bullshit aside. Wonderful vibe, wonderful night. Did it with try. All I get is you and I. Off in this club, bumping and grind. Who made it flood? You see the sign. We put out the feathers for this type of weather. She put her to the club to bust up a dub. She came with a man. I called in the sub. She giving her hugs. We know about the mud. She put in my hand. Don't know what it is. She knows I'm the fan, but don't know enough. My trust is in the God we trust.
Lolo.
Dime.
¿No tienes una cuenta tú? A ver que me pruebes a seguirme en YouTube. Porque creo que ni me suenan las alarmas.
Mija, ¿qué te iba a decir? Mija, yo no puedo entrar a YouTube con ninguna cuenta. Tengo hasta YouTube sin cuenta. No me deja entrar en ninguna cuenta mía. Te lo juro por Dieguito Maradona. Cooper y Miro ganaron $1 millón. Mija, aquí no sale ni Mr. Savage ni Buda. Puta, igual la verga.
Ya ve, póngase pilas que vamos a ganar esa partida para ir al bateciño. ¿O no?
Ganaron
¿O te van a
las cuentas
dormir?
de Cooper y Miro, qué verga. Entendido quedé.
Ya ve, no me bugues.
En touch. Este es live.
Tienes, cuidado, mijo, mueras. Ven conmigo, te cubro. No les veo para dispararles a las perras cochinas. Ven acá, ven acá. Cuidado, mija. Hay uno arriba, hay uno arriba, hay uno arriba.
Él ya no tiene ni armas.
Ya, ve, no, hay uno arriba, te digo, padre, que me venía culeando. Mija, te estoy diciendo, ya. Sin más, llave, sin nada.
Yo ni siquiera la avancé a ver, eso que me hizo verga.
Ya nada.
Pero de eso
Valimos.
se trata, pues, cabeza de masiña.
Ya, mi hija vacila.
Ay, sí, calladita.
Te voy reggaetón.
¿Te gusta
Se
o
murieron.
no? Sí se nota. Sí, qué verga. Caramelo de
Se me han
chozo.
muerto, brother. ¿Qué pasó? No, brother, lo valen verga. Mentira. Bueno, brother, ganó Cooper y Miro. Hijo de puta.
¿Dónde, caramelo?
¡Confirma! Confirma, ¿dónde, dónde, dónde? Mija,
¿Qué pasa, caramelo?
mija, pan de chupe. Confirma,
¿Dónde?
confirma.
¿Dónde, verga?
A la vuelta de tu casa. No, ¡ay, qué salado que soy!
Verga, perra, la madre.
Mija, caigo a coger un puto cofre y ya me duermo.
¿Cómo es esto, todavía?
Mija, ya no jugamos esto, mucho estamos bajando.
Espérate, mueres. ¿Por qué caes en lugares tan básicos para matarte? Ya
Mija,
casi.
está respondiendo un mensaje justo.
Diamante 3, casi élite, no puedes ni.
Ahí vale, verga. Hoy digo, van de chupe.
¿Dónde, cabeza de pene?
Allá donde el Yampi.
Pasa el líder. Sí me dijo que caiga, pero me da pereza.
Vamos, pues.
Me dijo, me da pereza. Cáeles
No
vos.
me... vamos, por eso yo ahorita me dijo el Ángelo, vamos.
Anda tú, brother.
Eh, mi hija.
Es que quiero hacer algo.
Eh,
Jugar otro juego o subir puntos.
eh, vas a empezar, mi hijo. ¿Vas a empezar con esas o no? Ya, no creo, ya. Ya, no creo, ya.
Es que no está mi cucha, mi hija, y de ahí toca meter para
Mm.
meter trago. Ya, papá.
Que en poco
Verga.
tiempo tú quisieras terminar. Dios lo quiso así.
Qué verga. Mm. Y entonces ya, ve, ¿qué se va a hacer? Mm, mm.
Juegamos creativo, caramelo ya, un rato. Es que si juegamos creativo te duermes. Que sí que me da sueño decir.
Mira, es que me puta jugar, no sé. Ponte para jugar uno para uno de los dos, ya.
Ya. Cuidado, te duermo. Después jugamos 2 vs 2. Pasa líder para poner un mapa. ¿Jugamos
Eso no es.
Realistic o quieres jugar Peace Control?
Cualquiera, mijo, igual te violo.
Ya, jugamos Realistic.
Y a de una, cualquiera.
Ahora ya no sé qué pico escoger para picotearte. A ver. Este es ideal para que suene. Sí, sí, sí. Da listo, caramelo. Uf, voy a sacarte clips aquí, mija. Es porque estoy transmitiendo. Ojalá se vea bien, más que todo.
Así dices, pues. Vamos a ver.
Vamos a ver ya.
Vamos a ver qué pasa.
Vamos a ver.
Ya, si te gano, nos vamos. Si me ganan, no nos vamos.
Ya.
Ya.
Oilo, brother.
Ya dijiste, verás. ¿Cuánto, al cuánto, al cuánto? ¿Al cuánto, al cuánto? ¿Al cuánto? Digo, a ver, pero habla. Ahí sí no hablas, ahí sí no hablas. Hola, soy. Espera. ¿Qué haces? Ya vienes a quitarle un tango a Luis. Dame un tango. A mí también. No hay ninguno. Ya nada. ¿Al cuánto? Ya, al cuánto.
2 rondas de estos.
Ya, de una, ¿cuántas son? Yo no sé cómo es. Ay, ya. Eso, no me distraigas.
Ya soy todavía.
No sé cómo me distrae, ya, ve.
Así ves que es bien casi.
Ay, qué asco, que no te portes de perra con esa huevada.
Eso es lo que dan ahora en el mundo.
Oye, ¿cómo es esto, ve? ¿Cómo es? Yo no sé. ¿Cuántas rondas son? 10 por ronda,
10.
¿cómo? No entiendo.
Si gano 10, ya gané. Pero jugamos 2 de estos. Serían 20. ¿Por qué? O uno nomás.
¡Ay! ¡Qué candy vi!
A mí me gustan las mujeres.
Ay, la zorrilla, su silla.
Ese loco.
La loquita Teresa está. Está embalada la loquita Teresa. Ay, qué asco, cómo vas traspasando todito ya, ve.
Se pagó el stream Yerty. Super y Niro ganaron, que ver.
Casi uso esa vaina ahí,
Me gustan las mujeres.
30 ya, ve, 30.
Espera
No.
que actualizo el...
Sí. Si me estoy escondiendo.
Voy a actualizar el... Dale,
Me dice,
tienes que instalar...
oye,
No, no tienes que instalar
mija.
Warzone.
Mija, me dice, ven, hay tequila y biela, me dice, ya, pues vamos.
No tengo, Lolo.
Mande.
Voy a dejar instalando, capaz.
Y a dónde.
Es que...
Sí.
Oh, Lolo, es que... ¿Qué digo? Yo soy mi hija. Todo llega así y después de esa mierda todavía.
Ya nada, mija, lo
Verdad.
entiendes.
A mí me gustan las mujeres. Buscando un juego para instalar, para jugar. Verga, yo quiero jugar esa cosa de... Ay, de los zombies de Black Ops. ¿Cómo se llama? Tony Pluto.
La puerta sucia, cochina.
Ya está una candy. Que venga
Ya te gané, mija, una, ¿qué notas? Todavía dice la china, ay, qué asco.
¡Pucha!
¡Ah! Me acabo de ver. Ay, qué gas, viejo, que voy a jugar así a lo tonto. ¿Qué pasa, llave? ¿Qué pasa, llave? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, llave? ¿Qué pasa? ¡No! ¡Uy, chida cochina! Casi me mata esa caída.
¿Qué pasa, papi? ¿Qué pasa?
Es que ya me hiciste emputar, dijiste que no te ibas a ir. Dale, es que te portaste china. El Ángel ya me dijo si hay tequila y vierna. Y dices que no. No, pues me habías feriado, bro.
¿Mataste, bro?
No, me mataste tú.
¿Qué pavo?
Claro que te dormí, mijo, claro, es obvio eso, siempre. Ay, hija de puta. Qué asco, ya no creo. Si te mata pico nos vamos. Si te mata pico nos vamos. Si te mata pico nos vamos. Recuerda como sotra. Hace te mata pico nos vamos. No, eres nada, amigo. Qué rato que eres, mijo, qué notas. Ya ves, no me matas la pica, no me puede matar la pica, no me puede matar la pica. Verga, se me fue una bala de baja llave. No te dormí a pico. Oye, perdón.
Mijes, que de le iba a tocar meter. Ya
Qué verga, que te portas chinas cada rato, mija. Cada rato portándote chino. Fíjate, estoy durmiendo a pico y no te vas a decir. Ya, si esto te duermo ya, si esto te duermo nos vamos ya. Ya dijiste, ¿verdad? Ya dijiste, cuidado de salir de China luego. Con tu huevada ahí, que sí que no, que me pica el culo. ¿Cómo estás como zorra, pero qué asco, mija? Ya, mija, no molestes, ya te gané, te gané, mija, te gané, qué notas, ya, ve. Ya no molestes, ya te gané, ya, ve.
Esa verga.
Eso también a pico, verás. Y ahí sí nos vamos. Ya te estoy diciendo, verás. Cuidado, no, mija, no. No, mija, no, mija, no. No te cures, mija. Mande, mami. Mande.
Ándate de la casa.
Ahora es 3 y más. ¿Cómo así que 3 y más? Ya me voy luego en el en la moto. Mami, ya me voy luego en la moto. Mami, Luis tiene que comprar las cosas, ya voy más luego. Ya sabe, mami, ya quedamos ayer. ¿Qué dijo ayer? Qué verga, que me hacen doler la verga. Este hijo de puta que no se quiera violar o seguir.
Mija, va a tocar meter, no está mi cucho, si no se me fue.
Mija, no sos lámpara. Nadie se estar con la Jessie. Con la Jessie se está, con la Jessie. No, cómo me mata, brother. Hay que estar con esa china. Con esa china. Ya, me para dormirte. ¡Ah! Ah, te voy a dormir mejor, mija, ya estás, pero a dormir. No digo, ya estás, para ir a dormir, ya estás, para ir a dormir. Ya estás, para ir a dormir. Ya estás, para ir a dormir. Más otra vez. Ay, qué basura.
Solo su posibilidad. Con cuello.
Ya nada, mija, ya me
Salgamos,
voy ya.
salgamos. Ya, ya, ya.
Sí, mija, muy, muy china, muy china.
Ya, anda, anda, Candy B. Mija, sí me fuera, pero derecho que me terciose.
Mm. Oye, mija, es que eres tan china, te juro, mira. Recién han comprado una java, cabrón, están con la java enterita.
Mija, a ellos les gusta el trago, han de querer tomar más. O alguna verga, han de querer que meta. Pero ándame. Verga, si me fuera si estuviera me cucho, 5 dolitos le pidiera y me fuera.
Ya pues no el hit, pero.
Uy, me pasé Lucho.
No el hit, le dije.
Uh.
¿O no?
No sé, papi. Cae ya.
Cae, dice. Lo voy a tu cuchita, mija.
¿Qué estás? Que no, que va al gil.
Va el hit, pues. Prende en tu casa. Dele.
Espera, Candy, quiero jugar un rato, caramelo.
Oye, ¿sí o no? Pide
Espérame,
el hitlón.
caramelo. Juguemos un rato, pero. Juguemos y ya nos vamos. Oye. Oye, Joseph.
Oye, China.
Habla, caramelo.
China, acá la votar, China.
Te pasas de irresponsable.
¿Vas a colar a votar o no, China? China cochina.
Ya, jugamos un hito y vamos a votar.
Mija, vas a empezar, ya me aburrí de jugar, te juro.
Ya,
Te
juguemos un
juro,
rato,
te
a ver.
Ay, qué verga, mijo, te pica el culo.
¿Sí o qué?
Que me pidieron mi celular para grabar a la
Rapidito,
demás de
rapidito, se
cerca.
acaba de comer mi chocho, mijo.
Mijo, tú te demoras media hora en comer. Uy, mucho un petardo. Oye, el Joseph. Mija. Aló. Aló. Ya ves, pierde más de pila. Me dijo, ¿vas a ponerte pilas o no vas a ponerte pilas? Estoy bien bellaco. Y modelame en taco. Que tengo un par de retro, me he visto bien. Te gusta en la cama como te maltrato. Quiere que te lo meta cada rato. Ajá. Oh, Candy B. Aló. ¿Qué notas?
Espera, caramelo.
¿Qué notas? ¿Vas a colar o no vas a colar? Pero vamos, pues vamos, chubo, bro. Que te pica la caca. Te pica la caca. Ay, qué vacía de qué. Oye, mijo, va a ver si. Demonio reggaetón. Dándole verde y sector hasta el fondo. Mija. Vamos a fumar con el Matthew. Con el Matthew. Con el Matthew. Dice que es lío de ley. Es lío, ¿no?
Yo no,
Verga. Me dice, bro, en la tarde, me dice. ¿A qué hora? Pues sí es tarde, le digo. Tipo 4, dice. Oye, llave, vamos. A fumar, a drogarnos, a meter la huevada, la mierda. Oye, mija, ¿sí o no? Eres tan chino como no te quiere decir. Sí, quiero porque está la Ángeles.
Oye, qué feo ese man ya.
¿Quién?
Al que estoy
Ya muerta. Yo soy de perro. Así eres tú, así eres tú. Sí, así eres tú. Es para que veas cómo juegas. Mm.
Es una puta, pues, exagerada.
Ay, mi hijo, ¿qué tiro? ¿Sí o no? ¿Vas a colar o no?
Sí, cabeza de
Así ya por ir abriendo nomás. A romperte. Ese totito.
Ya. Mija, cae, cae.
Mi hija eres china, verás, de llegar a quemarme abajo una hora para que recién quieras bajar.